At 6 p.m., this meeting of the Mountain View Westman School Board is called to order. We will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, and we have students from AMI Elementary School who are here tonight for our showcase, but they're also going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So we'll wait. Principal Siam, I'll go on your signal when everyone's ready.
Please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated.
Thank you very much. We will now take a roll call of the trustees.
Chris Chang,
Bill Lambert,
Laura Berman,
Laura Blakely.
Devin Conley. Let the record reflect that all 5 trustees are present. One is joining us virtually today. We will now move on to item 1C, the approval of the agenda. Are there any questions or comments from trustees?
no, just a motion, a motion to approve the agenda, but moving board updates to the beginning.
Right, is there a second? I second. We will take public comment very quickly. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or if you are here in person, you can fill out a yellow speaker card and hand it in and approach the podium to address the board. Wait just a moment to see if we have any online speakers or any in-person speakers. I see people near the yellow cards. Can you just wave your hand if you're trying to fill one out to get up here right now for the agenda? Okay. This is the agenda. No, this is commenting on tonight's agenda. All right.
And President Conley, just to clarify, and the motion standing is to move board updates to communications. So it'd be in section 5.
Okay. Thank you.
Like 5T, I guess.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. We have one comment in public and we in person, and we have one online. So we will allocate each speaker 3 minutes, and we'll get a timer up on the screen. And we'll start with our in-person speaker. Thank you so much. And make sure to turn on the button so it has a red light. There you go.
okay, got the red light. Greetings, board. Thanks for having us here today. I just want to comment on the agenda. Last I saw, the middle school schedule item was at the end of the agenda. And as I'm sure you know, there are a lot of people here who are just specifically here for that reason, both on Zoom and in person. So if that could be advanced earlier in the agenda, I would appreciate it. Anything that can be done to especially have our younger visitors so they don't have to be here for a couple hours would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have a speaker online. GMS Mom, you may unmute yourself when you are ready. GMS Mom, are you trying to speak on this item? If so, you can unmute yourself and you have 3 minutes to address the board.
Oh, hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Just wanted to also suggest that we move that item up if it's possible, because there are several people that want to speak on it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will now move on. We have a motion and a second. We will move on to a vote by trustees unless there is discussion. Okay, all those in favor? Aye. On a motion made by Vice President Chang and seconded by Trustee Berman, the agenda was approved unanimously with moving the board updates to be item 5D. We will now move on to item 2, our school showcase. We are very pleased tonight to have students and teachers from AMI Elementary School here to join us, and our principal, Arlene Siam, and thank you to all of their parents who also brought them. We look forward to your presentation.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Dr. Rudolph. My name is Ahana Kundu, a 5th grade student and proud future principal of the day at AMI Elementary. Today, I'm honored to introduce my fellow classmates and teachers this evening to share with you about what makes EMI so special.
My name is Ishai Kaushal, and I would also like to highlight that next week is Teacher Appreciation Week. So this is a great time for us to express our gratitude and recognize the dedication of our remarkable staff and teachers. We are fortunate to have such passionate educators shaping and enriching us here at EMI. After our teachers share all of the great things they do at their classes, I'd like to encourage we give them a huge round of applause.
Now I'd like to introduce Miss Siam, who will show an awesome drone video.
Good evening, everybody. Can we go to the next slide? Okay. Thank you, Shelley. Good evening, everybody. This evening, we would like to take the time to share with you some of the things that we have been doing at EMI. I want to say thank you to the students, the parents, but most important to our teachers for being here tonight and for making EMI such a wonderful school. Can you play the video? Thank you. Next slide. The next presenter will be Ms. Sharp.
Hi, my name is Zoe Sharp. I'm the instructional coach at AMI, and today I'm going to be talking about the community events at our school that make it such a great place to learn, to teach, and to work. One of our events that we'd like to highlight is our Children's Business Fair. We had 30 student businesses who came and learned about marketing, budgeting, prototyping, and selling during workshops where they learned to become business owners. We had 60 2nd to 5th grade business owners, and they sold items like tie-dye, slime, bookmarks, and everything in between. They were really wonderful, and they learned so many hands-on math skills. They learned about supply and demand and how to have amazing customer service. So it's an event that we really love and that we had our community come out to support. Another event that I'd like to highlight is during Women's History Month. We had several women from our community come and talk about their careers. We had people talk about being nurses, veterinarians, and so many incredible, inspiring opportunities for students to learn about the way that women impact our community. And finally, we don't have any pictures for this, but for our site-based parent university events, we've had workshops where we've partnered with parents to talk about emotional coaching for their children and how to socially, emotionally, and academically support their children at home. We had a really wonderful turnout, and we love that we have parents who are willing to support us as a school to work together and help their child have an amazing time at MI. Now I'm going to introduce about another community event, our school play, where we had some students singing. They're going to come up and present for us.
Hello, my name is John Patrick Carson-Wheeler.
And my name is Christopher Fendi.
We had a school play and well, it was a lot of fun because we got to practice with other people and in costumes and in character. Third through fifth grade were allowed to participate in it, and yeah.
And we chose one of the songs from the play so that you could hear them sing. Yes. Shelly, can you play the video? That's right. Thank you, everybody. Leadership students will be coming and talking to you about some of the things I've been doing in leadership. So Ms. Schaefer, can you come up here and talk? Okay. Okay, introduce yourself first.
What? Oh. Hello, my name is Jessel Diaz, and I'll be showing you the fundraisers we did for Second Harvest Food Bank. So for Second Harvest Food Bank, one of the upcoming fundraisers is a talent show where fifth grade students are allowed to participate and show off their talent.
My name is Delaney Flores, and we will be talking about how we raise funds by doing a bake sale for a Second Harvest Food Bank. We raised over $500.
And the hike to Mount Amno is a hike where parents and students can participate to go on a hike up a mountain and learn a lot about the nature on the way.
Hello, my name is Vedant Naran. So so we have this thing where we have this thing called rainy day helpers,
where fifth grade helps younger students during days where it rains. Yeah. During TK and lunch.
My name is Cora Benito, and I'm going to be talking about the buddy bench, which is something that the fifth grade leadership team does. Some years we'll paint it and just remake it. But the buddy bench is basically something so that all the younger grades and fifth graders too included, if they are feeling lonely or don't have any to play with, they can go sit on that bench. And if any leader from the leadership team sees them, then they'll go and help them find a friend or just spend the recess or lunch with them.
Next slide. Now we have fifth grade students coming to talk about how much fun they're having in fifth grade.
Hi, we're from fifth grade, and our names are Kate Chesley, Natalie Kwan, Serena Patel. So during fifth grade, over the year, we have done some things, including the Amazing Race Geography Unit, where we learned about all the states and their capitals and everything about them. And we had a fun day when we run around and quiz ourselves. And then we had a Revolutionary Woman storyteller where she came, we got to try on costumes, and she just taught us about the Revolutionary War. And we had leadership training with Jim Wiltons, where he taught us about being a good leader. Some more fun activities we did was Walden West, which was a week camp, and we also did an MSI boat trip where we got to go on a boat and research about different sea life animals and more about the sea. We also had living classroom, and we did a bunch of fun activities to learn about like colonial living. That was our last one, and we made a lot of stuff. And then we also had kinder buddies because they're really nice, and I don't know. And we had 18th century trades day where we made a lot of things and we learned about trades that they did in the 18th century.
Next slide.
Hi, I'm Kamala Algieri. I'm one of our fourth grade teachers at MI. While we love working with our students in class and doing projects, we love getting them out into the world and getting to be able to get their hands dirty. For social studies, we were able to visit Mission San Juan Bautista on a very rainy day, but we made the best of it. We also went to Intel to kind of support STEAM. They did a really awesome unit on schematics, switches, and circuits. We are lucky enough to have the district provided field trips as well too through Environmental Volunteers and Marine Science Institute. Environmental volunteers taught our students more about earthquakes, and MSI did San Francisco Bay animal adaptations. And most recently, our fourth graders went to Columbia Historic State Park to learn about the gold rush. They got to do a wonderful tour of the old historic school, and they got to see what life was like for fourth graders during that time. They also got to do a wonderful school tour and see some of the artifacts that were actually used during the gold rush. And lastly, in the photo, they got to do gold panning, which was probably the most exciting part of their trip. And then just to tack on, our wonderful librarian, Miss Elisa, in the district worked with Book Break for author interviews. So these really nice, short 5 to 7 minute interviews with authors that our students absolutely love to hear from and they love reading their books has been something that they've greatly enjoyed this year as well. Thank you. Oh, and now third grade, Miss Luongo.
Miss Algieri.
In third grade, I would say one of the threads that goes throughout all these things that's pictured here is a lot of hands-on learning and how what we're learning relates to the environment and to animals and plants and taking care of our community. So in the top left picture, you'll see a couple students grinding acorns. So they're learning about tools of the Native Americans and the importance of the acorn to their survival. Then right next to that, you'll see the civic education photo, which highlights our trip we took to City Hall, where the kids got to be in a chamber kind of like this, and they had a mock debate, and they had to decide whether or not they wanted to have land used for a soccer field or for a playground. So it's very kind of drove the point home of what it means to be a citizen and what our rights are, what our privilege is, and so on. Then in the Animal Project top right corner, you'll see some highlights there related to the research that students did about endangered animals. They wrote a multi-paragraph essay, they created dioramas, and they tried to teach other students about the endangered animals that we need to save. They talked about poaching and other things that are causing our habitats to be affected. And then we also worked with Marine Science Institute, similar to fifth grade, where children got to see live animals come to our school and touch the animals, learn more about the adaptations firsthand. They dissected owl pellets and also worked with environmental volunteers to learn more about adaptations through studying skulls and other aspects of animals. Then in the bottom left corner, you'll see the Innovation Lab at the Tech Museum highlighted in the Imagineers program. Imagineers has been an important part at EMI for years. We're teaching children about Stanford design thinking, where children learn more about creating prototypes, testing, hidden assumptions. They really get into a lot of critical thinking, helps with communications and creativity. So we love that program and being able to take advantage of museums like the Tech Museum at San Jose. Then the last thing that's pictured there is all about the tomatoes, worms, Three Sisters gardening, what we do with our parents and our living classroom. They help it become really hands-on, very real, and the kids get dirty, like somebody else was saying earlier, they get their hands dirty and it makes it fun. So here we've got the salsa making happening, and they took that recipe home to make that for their families. So next up is second grade, right?
So for second grade, we've been doing some of the very similar things. I wanted you to highlight, we have our librarian who's been reading with our students recently and regularly, but the choir picture for CSMA was what we just had recently when we had all our students singing and all our parents come and join us. Next slide for first grade. Our first graders have also been enjoying having fun at first grade, and some of our fifth graders are going to talk to you about what they did when they were first graders.
Hello, my name is Zoe Shaw. My name is Arya Raju.
And I'm Chris again.
In the top left corner, you'll see Living Classroom, where they did a unit about plants. In that unit, they planted plants in our EMI garden, learned about composting, and learned about native animals and plants that live in our area. In the 100th day of school, the first graders made a lot of crafts and did fun things related to 100 stuff. The first graders also got to go on a field trip to the planetarium, where they learned about planets and got to watch an educational film.
Next slide, we have kindergarten.
Hello, I'm Susan Chesley. I'd like to highlight kinder and fifth grade buddies. This is a time-honored tradition for our kindergartners and fifth graders to be partnered up together to complete monthly projects. They have a great time. Even in December, they complete Hour of Code together and learn about coding skills. In the middle, I'm showcasing art in action. Our kindergartners, aside from art in CSMA, kindergarten has a special art in action program where we have 9 lessons where students get to learn about art from all around the world, and they get to learn about famous artists such as Van Gogh, Rousseau, Mondrian, and the students really enjoy these hands-on lessons. And the last thing is the monthly family projects. Our kindergartners have monthly homework projects that they get to complete with their families, and it's fun to get everyone involved. Here's a picture of a student showcasing his 100th day project. They get to do all sorts of different fun things throughout the year. Kindergarten is really a magical year. Okay, up next we have TK, Andrew.
Hi, I'm Andrew Varga. In TK, we do a lot of dramatic plays. I've been served many delicious meals, had many different doctor's appointments, been given all kinds of shots. Thankfully, my heart sounds good, so that's good. We also spend a lot of time reading. As you can see in the bottom and the middle, we go to the library. We learn a lot about concepts of print, learning all our letters, learning all our sounds, all the different kinds of books and retelling stories. We also have a lot of very fun different activities. So for the 100th day of school, we were doing all these different rotations. For the holiday, our gingerbread cookies disappeared. We had to go around the school and go find them, which thankfully we did. We do a lot of work on fine motor and crossing the midline as well, and a lot of arts and crafts in TK.
And last but not least, we have STEAM. How do we follow fake doctor appointments now? My name is Brittany Gear, and I teach kinder, first, and second grade STEAM at EMI. And at EMI, STEAM is a chance for students to have hands-on investigations where they get to experience phenomenon and then make connections to the world outside of the classroom. With STEAM, we have that built-in excitement component where they get to come in and build on background knowledge while collaborating with their peers through design engineer challenges, as well as just continuously asking questions. We focus on the science engineering practices like asking questions, developing models, as well as analyzing data. STEAM is, I think, a highlight a lot of the students' day. They get to come and just explore and investigate. And you can see some of the amazing things that we got to do this year, from designing umbrellas to representing our moon phases with Oreos. Our kindergarten students got to make bird nests. First grade explore shadows and experiencing light. Alex is always a favorite. They all go ew, but by the end they're like, "What school did you get? What did I get?" And then landforms, ramps and collisions, and then modeled markers. So STEAM is just a great way for all of our students at EMI to come together in a common world that we all share and continue to build our community. Thank you. And the last slide. Thank you everybody for listening. I hope you enjoyed a little bit about our school, and we're excited that we got a chance to showcase our students. Yeah, thank you and good evening.
Thank you so much, students from AMI, and to your parents and your teachers and Principal Siam. We really appreciate you joining us tonight. We loved all of the presentation, especially the song. So thank you and have a wonderful evening. You're welcome to stay if you'd like, but also to go home. We will now move on to item 3, special recognition. We will start with item A, which is the approval of AB 2449, open meetings for local agencies and teleconferences. We have Trustee Blakely joining us virtually, and Vice President Chang may need to join us virtually as well later in the evening. And we need to approve this resolution in order for that to be so. Are there any questions from trustees? If you're a member of the public and you'd like to comment on this item, you may raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or approach the podium and submit a yellow speaker card. Seeing as there are no public speakers at this time, is there a motion from trustees?
Motion to approve the item with this adjustment, that we approve AB 2449 for Trustee Blakely and for myself, Trustee Chang. And this provides for the option for teleconferencing to be in effect from January 1st, 2023 to January 1st, 2026. And it allows board members to attend remotely.
A second. All those in favor? Aye. On a motion made by Vice President Chang and seconded by Trustee Berman, this motion is approved unanimously as presented, including for both Trustee Blakely and Vice President Chang. We'll now move on to item B, the employee recognition for the Turtle Award.
Good evening, trustees. As you know, earlier this year, we initiated the Turtle Award, and it's still going strong. So we firmly believe that our success on behalf of our students is magnified when we work together. And this month, the Turtle Award recognizes 54 employees who have demonstrated exceptional collaboration and teamwork with their colleagues and students at Mountain View Westman School District. So I ask that you approve the recognition, and they will their awards will be sent out actually tomorrow.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Are there any questions from trustees? Seeing as there are none, are there any public comments? If you're a member of the public and you'd like to comment on this item, you may raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or approach the podium and submit a yellow speaker card. Seeing as there are no public speakers at this time, is there a motion from trustees?
So move that we approve the Turtle Award nominees.
Do we have Trustee Blakely? Okay, so we are approving the Turtle Awards, the right special recognitions. I would like to move that we approve the and acknowledge the special recognition for our staff. Congratulations.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. On a motion made by Trustee Berman and seconded by Vice President Chang, the board voted unanimously to acknowledge and approve the Turtle Awards for our staff. Yay. It's wonderful to see our community members appreciating each other and really supporting the work across the schools. So any staff member or parent or community member can nominate a staff person for this award. And it's really taken on a life of its own. It's been a very positive force in the district. We'll now move on to item 4, the consent agenda. Are there any comments from trustees regarding the agenda? Seeing as there are none, is there public comment on this item? If so, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or you can approach the podium and submit a yellow speaker card. We appear to have one online speaker, so we're going to get a 3-minute timer up. Phone number ending in 76. You may unmute yourself by pressing *9 on your phone and begin speaking when you are ready.
Good evening. This is Stephen Nelson, former trustee. I wanted to bring up the issue, which I've already mailed you, about the Nature Bridge overnight field trip. I would urge you to not vote consent on this at this moment. Maybe you could put it till after you've decided what you're going to do about the middle school number of periods. There's an issue of this Nature Bridge program is really a science program that's set up for ecology, natural science, geology, and it takes a whole week out of the regular teaching of science, which in the 8th grade is physical science, not natural science. And it is pretty expensive since the district covers whatever shortfall there is in the almost $500,000 cost. At one time, this was 100% covered by donations, and it isn't anymore. So as you look at middle school curriculum, you should realize that this Nature Bridge program done taking out a whole week's worth of middle school instruction near the beginning of the school year is actually detrimental, as has been brought up from some of the research recently on the ability to keep the total number of instructional hours, for instance, in math, up to where it's supposed to be. If you shortchange the middle school students in 8th grade on how much regular math instruction they get, they'll continue to do poorly, at least those economically disadvantaged and particularly Hispanic students in our middle schools are notoriously behind. They're not getting the proper kind of instruction because they're not doing as well as we know all kids can do. So I urge you to pull out item D and either wait until next month to take it up or take it up after you've discussed the issue of the middle school schedules. Thank you.
Thank you, former trustee Nelson. Are there comments from?
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. On a motion made by Vice President Chang and seconded by Trustee Berman, the consent agenda is approved unanimously. We will now move on to item 5, communications. We will start with employee organizations. Are there any upper representatives of employee organizations? Hello, who would like to address the board at this time? You can approach the podium. We have our MVEA President here to join us this evening. Press the little man with the face. There you go.
As I saw that without my glasses on, thank you. Good evening, trustees, Dr. Rudolph, and members of the public. My name is Mick Newman. I'm the MVA President, a middle school teacher in the district for 9 years, a member of the Bell Schedule Committee, and also a member of the negotiations team. I'd like to share my perspective on the topic of the middle school bell schedule. It's coherent that the bell schedule topic has gotten a lot of attention and parents are emotional about this. There are parents that are frustrated, and that's understandable because they're concerned about the education of their children. Everyone in this room and watching online all have the commonality of what is best for the students. I'm glad the parents are involved, but some of the language that has been used lately, we all see, and it's hurtful. It feels very personal, and it's doing more harm than it's doing good. In turn, it feels like there is a distrust in teachers, distrust in administration, and at the end of the day, I want to reaffirm that MVEA teachers, school and district administrators have dedicated our lives to study education, and we have dedicated our careers to educating children, your children. What every stakeholder wants is to set our students up for success. To do our best as teachers, there are certain details we need in place, and that's why some of us are concerned. Obviously, I can't speak for every teacher, but what some of us are concerned about losing a prep period or how the advisory period is going to be carried out. Not one teacher has come to me worried that the students will suffer by having 1 or 2 electives instead of 3. Nor have many teachers come to me with the concern that students won't survive an 85-minute block of time. The 7-period bell schedule that is proposed is extremely common for middle school students in neighboring districts and the rest of the country. As one of my students described it, it's putting quality over quantity. At the heart of just about every decision we make is always student safety and their well-being. Hearing some of the recent comments made online is demoralizing and difficult to take personally when every one of us have invested our lives to educating children and making sure they're globally minded citizens ready to tackle the challenges they have before them. We're trying to do our very best in what is best for your children. There have been a lot of divisions, contentious posts, and that seem to call into question the motive. But as MVEA President, I can assure you that teachers and MVWSD administrators share the common goal to provide an exceptional education and enriching environment for each and every student. I hope the context I've described to you helps with this decision. With that in mind, I hope we can steer the online conversations away from the conspiracy theories, the data bending, the gaslighting, the grossly exaggerated misconceptions, trying to make connections between district emails that aren't really there, and generally spreading misinformation and untruths. Instead, let's keep the discussion more solutions-based, constructive, civil, kind, and with the assumption of good intent. At the end of the day, all of us are here for the same reason. That is to provide a high-quality education that meets the needs of all students. And let's not forget to set a good example for our children and remember that our actions speak louder than our words. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Newman. We will now move on to item B, district committees. Are there any representatives of district committees who would like to address the board at this time? Seeing as there are none, we will move on to item 5C, the superintendent updates.
Bear with me just for a little bit. I got a couple of long updates that I feel like are worth sharing. So just ride with me while we do some high fives and some other recognitions. So the first one is thanks to your stewardship and focusing on being a greener environment, starting with the resolution that you passed, moving on to an environmental sustainability plan, which we'll be talking about today. Staff applied for the 2024 California Green Ribbon Schools Award. We were recently named a Green Ribbon School awardee for conserving resources while promoting health and environmental literacy. The California Department of Education names Green Ribbon Schools as those at the forefront of nurturing the next generation's capacity for creative and critical thinking, thereby equipping them to become effective stewards of our environment. MVWSD is one of only a handful of California districts to receive the gold level of California Green Ribbon School Award. Gold award winners, such as ourselves, are just a few points under national designation, and for us, it was 3 points in our first attempt. Pursuing the California Green Ribbon Schools Award is a reflective process through which MVWSD is becoming a greener, more environmentally conscious district. Our district has passed resolutions and is pursuing regional and national certification that highlights our waste reduction and energy conservation. Our schools are powered by 77% renewable energy and in the process of a 3-stream waste management reduction. They have implemented solar, and we are developing our own outdoor greening and learning spaces. So congratulations to the team, and I think that goes to your stewardship. Got a couple more. So Graham hosted the CMEA Choral Festival, and that festival took place on April 26th and April 27th, in which 16 choirs from 11 schools came and sang for a panel of adjudicators, and those are judges who are educators. Graham's advanced choir received a rating of unanimous superior, which means that they received the highest rating from every adjudicator, including in their sight reading evaluation. And I want to thank the volunteers who made this possible. And then I also want to congratulate Ms. Gatland and the advanced choir on your accomplishment. We also had a Day of Del Nino celebration. So both Mistral and Therakoff Elementaries held the Dia del Nino, the Day of the Child events last week for their communities. In Mexico, Dia del Nino is a cherished celebration held annually on April 30th. It is a day dedication honoring children and celebrating their importance in society. The celebrations were filled with dancing, games, as well as community partners and tons of fun. I also want to acknowledge Jose Antonio Vargas that got an Acknowledge Alliance Award, the 2024 Educator Team of the Year. So the Acknowledge Alliance has named Jose Antonio Vargas Elementary School Principal and Team, Vern Taylor, Luis Salinas, Beatrice Class, and Damian Richard Valencia as the 2024 Educator Team of the Year. These amazing educators hold the dignity and respect for their children and families at the highest level and are deeply committed to strengthening their own resilience skills so they can be the best version of themselves in the classrooms and beyond. The Vargas staff will be celebrated at the Forget Me Not event on May 23rd. And then we'll send out a link where you can learn a little bit more. 3 more before I switch. So Graham Math Olympiad Mustang Math Tournament. So Saturday, 4 Math Olympiad teams from Graham participated in the Mustang Math Tournament at San Jose High School. They competed against 50 teams from across the Bay Area, and Graham's team of 8th graders, Ewan, James, and Lily, and a 6th grader, Stephen, won the first place in the logic puzzle round. Mistral Math Olympiads, 3 of our Mistral students received rankings in the National Math Olympiads. Congratulations to Ira, Emmett, and Ansel for their remarkable achievements, ranking in the top 10%, 25%, and 30% respectively. Just want to celebrate their hard work in mathematics. And then also just want to point out the middle school performances at the MVF Gala. Students from both from Graham's Show Choir, Jazz Band, and the Crittenden Guitar Ensemble performed for guests at the MVF Gala on Saturday, April 27th. In addition to music instruction, MVF funds core programs in art, science, sports clubs, and reduces class sizes and language arts at the middle schools. We're so grateful for their support in enriching the education of our students. Just a couple more updates real quick. Just want to thank our team for reclassification. It's such an amazing way to start the end of the school year. You know, I would thank the federal departments team for their hard work. I think we all really enjoy it. I think several of you said it's always great for other people to sort of see it. And so I just want to say, just welcome everybody. We'll send wider information and invite more people to attend, but it's such an amazing event. And so we're super excited to have participated in that. And then congratulations to all of our students who have reclassified as fluent English. And that's in large part to the 700 individuals that I get to work with every single day as we enter Teacher and Staff Appreciation Week and month. I just want to thank everyone for all of their hard work. I also need to send a shout out to my two sisters who are also teachers for their hard work every single day. We wouldn't be able to do this type of work if it wasn't for them. And so I'm always inspired every single time I go out to the schools and I watch so many people working so hard on behalf of our kids. Finally, I just want to let the community know, we just did a community check-in about a week and a half ago. We won't have one tomorrow. We have a couple other things that we need to get done. So just want to point that out that we already informed the community that we weren't going to have it, but just want to say it publicly here. And that concludes my board updates.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rudolph. We will now move on to item 5D, which is board updates. Are there updates from trustees? Yes, Vice President Chang.
Thank you. Thank you for moving this item earlier. I asked to move this earlier because I wanted to update the board about something in my life. So I think most of you up here know that I'm getting married the end of June. Thank you. And yeah, so it's been a challenge. I said thank you for everyone on the board for your support, being a single parent through a lot of these meetings and some of the meetings with Mary being next door. And my partner has two kids, so it's gonna be a blended family. As part of that decision is our family will be moving to Redwood City. And I intend to serve on the board as long as I'm allowed to. And the moment you move out of the city, you break your residency and your ability to be on the board ends. So that means that my end on being a school board will probably be at the end of June. I've been on the board for 6 years. We take the 2 times together. But a lot of you up here may not know that I've been in different versions of this boardroom for over 20 years because when I was a grad student, I was the campaign manager for Rosemary when she ran for school board and then when she won. So I've been on and off in this district and different versions of this office for 20 years. And back when this was portable tables and held together with Velcro, and we would fix the curtain would fall on, we'd like hold it up in the middle of the meeting. And I was really proud that like back then we some of the things I really appreciate, Bill and I were doing in the early days, bringing on streaming video online here. We used to set up our own camera to do that back in those first days, and building the performing arts centers at the middle school. It's a really proud achievement. It was also really nice working with Superintendent Goldman and the early principals on 21st century learning and project-based learning. So a lot of highlights. I hope that the future board continues to see diverse voices, because it's definitely not a highlight to so frequently be a lone dissenting voice on some things. And I just ask the board to really lean into those voices that are different from everybody. So thanks.
Thank you so much, Vice President Chang. I think we all agree that you have been a wonderful partner and you will be sorely, sorely missed, but thank you so much for your service. Trustee Lambert.
I'd just make a comment too. So Chris and I were on the board, I guess when we overlapped to 2014, 2016 timeframe. And that was, Trustee Chang was the president at the time that we had to go out to search for new superintendents, and ended up in the hiring of Dr. Rudolph. And I would say, my experience with the board over the years, those 2 years were, I don't know, the hardest 2 years imaginable to be in a board. And, we got through that as a team. So, with your leadership. So that was great. So thank you very much.
Trustee Berman.
Well, last thing I want to add, thank you for your service, but congratulations to you. This is really incredible for you and your family. So congratulations.
Trustee Blakely, did you have anything to add?
Congratulations.
All right, thank you. We will see if there are any community comments related to the communications that were just shared. If you're a member of the public and you'd like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or approach the podium and submit a yellow speaker card. I see one online speaker, 2 online speakers. This is related to the board updates, the employee organizations update, and the district committees update, and the superintendent's update. If you're raising your hand for item 6, community comments on non-agendized items, we haven't quite moved to that yet. We have 2 speakers, so we'll put a 3-minute timer up on the board. And GMS Mom, you may unmute yourself when you are ready. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I just don't know if you are allowed to explain what happens when a board member leaves midterm, but I would be very interested in hearing. Thanks.
Thank you. And then Ms. Liu, you may unmute yourself. You have 3 minutes to address the board.
Hi, I just want to call in and thank you, Trustee Chang, for all the service he's done over the years. Just want to let him know that we really appreciate him and, his hours that he spent for the betterment of our student and our district. So thank you so much. You'll be sorely missed.
Thank you. We will now move on to the board and administration welcome this opportunity to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agenda items. To address the board, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or you may approach the podium and submit a yellow speaker card. We have 1 in-person speaker. I'm going to give Zoom just a few more seconds. All right, it looks like we have 2 in-person speakers and 3 online speakers. So, it's back to, I understand it was the same phone number that kind of dropped on and off. So we have 6 speakers total. We'll allocate 2 minutes per speaker. We'll start with our in-person speakers.
Good evening, Dr. Rudolph, board members, parents, and community members. I want to address the concerns about the recent climate at Graham Middle School. My name is Jenny Gatland, and I've been the choir director at Graham Middle School for the past 21 years. That is over 2 decades of experience working with middle schoolers and working to understand middle school brains and behavior. I'm also the parent of a junior at Mountain View High School, an 8th grader at Graham Middle School, and a 3rd grader at Landals Elementary. Middle schoolers have always been middle schoolers. Adolescence is in full force during these years. As middle school educators, whether we like it or not, it is part of our job to partner with parents to raise these children and help them become fully functioning human beings. I have the privilege of interacting with my choir students after they move on to high school. And it is equal parts gratifying and frustrating to witness their personal growth and maturity. Gratifying because I know I was a small part of making that happen. Frustrating because I wish it would happen earlier, specifically when they were in my classroom. I have had at least 18 different administrators during my tenure at Graham Middle School. The pattern I see play out over and over is this. An admin is hired, they get to know the school staff and community, they realize the needs of middle schoolers are different than what they previously believed. They begin to push back on district policies that are not serving the middle schools, then they're reassigned or not rehired. And the cycle begins again. The needs of a middle school student in terms of academics and behavior support are wildly different from the needs of an elementary school student. We are an elementary school district with 2 middle schools. There is nothing really wrong with Graham Middle School. Our staff is extraordinarily dedicated to the success of every student. Our administrators are extraordinarily dedicated to the success of every student. Our middle schoolers are extraordinarily dedicated to being adolescents. We simply need a different kind of support in order for our students, staff, and administrators to be successful.
Thank you, Ms. Gatland. We have received your written comments, but if you have further comments, please always feel free to send them in. Thank you very much. We have our second speaker, and you may begin when you are ready.
Hi, my name's Eric. I'm trying to represent the perspective of someone who has 2 students at Graham. I have a 7th grader and an 8th grader. And, you know, there's sort of a story that I want to tell that, like, when my son started in 6th grade, almost 2 years ago, there was an incident in his class where he's in his classroom and one of the peer students got punched in the face by another student. Shocking. I mean, in all my time growing up, I had seen disagreements on the playground. So I went in to talk to the school, talked to the vice principal, talked to all the different people involved. They assured me this was COVID. This was, you know, the school trying to go and get their arms around a situation where people had been out of school for a while and that they were going to make improvements. We're about 23 months later. And in that time frame, every couple of weeks, there's an incident. I talk to my kids. They're like, yeah, you know, there's an incident on the field. We're not allowed to be on the field anymore. Yeah, there was an incident here and there. Or I'm afraid to go to the bathroom because there's stuff going on. And then this week is like the breaking point. There wasn't just one major incident at Graham. There were several fights. There was one that got the email that went out to the community. And so the response, yes, is good. In the short term, you'll get the train back on the tracks. You'll go and you'll actually calm things down, turn the heat down. You'll get the school to go and actually, in the short term, you know, get back to like what was the good part of this meeting, you know, seeing the you know, students and talking about, you know, achievement and academics. That's what needs to be there. But the foundation needs to be that it's safe. And, you know, I really respect Ms. Gatland.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fried. Please, I'm sorry, you're out of time, but please feel free to email the board the rest of your comments. I know 2 minutes feels very short. We have a very long agenda tonight. We will now move to our online speakers. I see a 5th hand. 6, we now have extra hands that have gone up. We're still within, I had already extended past 10 minutes, so we're within the 20-minute time frame. So I will stick with the 2 minutes for everyone who is there because I did not do a kind of final notice that you could no longer raise your hand. But at this point, for the 6 speakers that are here, I'm going to take a screenshot to make sure I know who has their hands up. And we will not be taking further public speakers after that because the time is already allocated. We will start with phone number ending in 76. You may unmute yourself by pressing *9 on your phone. We lost our phone speaker. While they try to reconnect, let's move on to another speaker. I think the phone.
Am I unmuted now? I'm sorry. Am I unmuted now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I'm starting my clock too. Yeah, I wanted to thank and congratulate Trustee Chang for his marriage and moving on to Redwood City, and also thank him for his service, which I served with him. I'm Stephen Nelson, the former trustee. I'd like to comment on the recent district reserves projection. We have excess reserves, and they're so large, they often need to have a county office legal waiver. So how much larger they are than the required minimum. The projections for this year is to have a 9.7 times the minimum of the 3% reserve that's needed. For 24-25, the projection was 7.8 times the minimum. And for 25-26, it was 5.4 times the minimum reserves. This last 25-26 is $10 million over the minimum unallocated reserves in the general fund. That's plenty of room to absorb any middle school teacher cost for an entire year or two for this issue of keeping the number of classes and options that the parents and the students have seemingly asked for. I want to remind you that this is board policy. At one time, all the middle school teachers at Crittenden said they didn't want this 3-track math system. And yet the board decided that they would force all the middle school teachers at Crittenden to go to a system where students are very much tracked into what they can do.
Former Trustee Nelson. We will now move on to our next speaker. This is Katie's iPhone. Katie's iPhone, you may unmute yourself.
I'm sorry, the feed had cut out and I think I raised my hand too early in the agenda. I'll try again later. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to GMS Mom. You may unmute yourself and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Hi, thank you so much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Hi, trustees, superintendent, and community members. Tonight, I expect that we'll watch the superintendent walk the tightrope on budget while he says we are falling behind on CAASP testing. And he shares with us misleading data as an excuse for some confusing cost-cutting measures, including reducing electives to focus on core classes. Our schools are significantly outperforming the state, and I want to make that clear. I have provided the state test comparisons into the public comments. Second, I'm very concerned about a parcel tax. We had we were told we have smooth union negotiations, except they're only really funded for a year, and then it will get bumpy because we'll need a yes vote by the public on a parcel tax, or we'll need to renegotiate. So basically, this is a one-year agreement. It's a no from me. My third point involves the city of Mountain View. We will hear the superintendent state that we can't afford to move forward with the current curriculum without budget cuts, in the middle schools especially. What I don't think we'll hear is that we should actually be suing the city of Mountain View for the shoreline funds. What are we waiting for? We need to take some action. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to our next speaker, AN. You may unmute yourself and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm actually a grandparent, and echoing the concerns from the other two speakers who spoke before me, I want to talk about our school that has been struggling with high turnover, inconsistency of staff, and unpredictableness. I hear that fight, smoking, bad language is a common theme, and I recently learned from my student that they have not gone into the bathroom in a long time. And it's really concerning that there is lack of leadership and now even absence of leadership at Graham. Unfortunately, for the recent emails that have been coming regarding security issues from district, they are worrisome because leadership should be reassuring and nurturing and mentoring rather than heavy-handed policing. Excessive policing is only going to make things worse. I just learned again that today there were more chains on the lunch lines. I don't know if that can really help with sense of belonging of the students to see like intimidating security officers roaming around with chains. And well, I mean, I just want to bring your attention to maybe bring some guidance to the district as to what leadership should be. And it should not be policing, and it should not be dictatorship. It should be reassuring and nurturing. And I want to just let you know that despite all these challenges, my student has been flourishing. And thanks to the hard work of the teachers who are catching all the balls that are thrown at them all the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ling W. You may unmute yourself. You have 2 minutes to address the board.
Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm concerned about the administration vacancies at Graham, and as well as the turnover. I don't know exactly what's going on because I have an incoming 6th grader, but it does seem like there is a pattern of behavior. I mean, this is not just a one-year thing, right? And we must question again about, you know, if we're doing the same things over and over again and it's not working, then what do we need to change, right? In elementary school, parents are allowed to volunteer. I think, you know, in middle school, potentially this is where we can have something similar like a Dads on Duty program where parents can volunteer and help out with what, you know, some of the issues that's going on. The other thing with regards to budget, right? Given the city that is shortchanging the district for $10 million a year, what actions can we take to pursue this? In terms of parcel tax, right? Polling suggests that voter support isn't there. You know, we must ask ourselves why. Maybe it's because we aren't pursuing the city shortchange and and our reserves are so high. It's 40 million this year. So on those issues, and my third item is the curriculum. I think we have parts of the proposed curriculum that includes identity, which is extremely personal and nuanced, and in my opinion, should be addressed in our families. There's also a section on intersectionality, which is about identity, power, and oppression, which is actually quite political. It comes from a legal theory as well as political science. So in my opinion, I'm happy to teach kids in those topics, but it should be in social studies, political science, and maybe at the high school level. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to our next speaker, Evangeline. You may unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you, trustees. So I'm a parent of a middle schooler at Clinton, and I have another 3rd grader at elementary school. And we have lived here for 20 years, and my kids, you know, grew up in the Mountain View district. And, you know, I have to say, we really love all the teachers that we've had over the years, and the schools have just been, you know, wonderful for us. Like many parents, it's just been very disheartening to see, especially the last couple of weeks, to see how this entire process is being handled and it's being played out. And, you know, even after the last board meeting where many parents have spoken up, we continue to see misrepresented facts and data being presented. And I think what's even worse is that we're seeing intimidation tactics used to silence those voices. And I think those needs to really stop. You know, and what I'm seeing is the district is leaving out the important context in order to try and rush this through. This district is not forthcoming about the true financial motivations behind this change until they were pressed really hard by the parents. And you know, really what we're asking for is to have a little bit more time to look at the raw data and the studies and not just to rely on what's presented in these slides. This is just so that we can have the much needed transparency that has been lacking. And really for the board to make an informed decision about this change. And this is change that will impact all students in both middle schools on a daily basis for years to come. And one last comment, you know, think about the kind of examples we're setting up for our kids when we're seeing these facts being misrepresented at the highest level. And this cannot continue to happen.
Thank you for your comment. Ms. Chang, I will point out that I believe you're commenting on the middle school schedule, which is an agenda item later in the meeting. Because you have made your comment now, when we reach that item, I'm going to reserve that time for other people who haven't had a chance to comment on that. Thank you so much. All right, we will now move on to item 7, review and action. 7A is the
Trustee
tentative.
Conley? Trustee Conley?
Yes.
May I make a brief comment? I'm sorry.
Yes, absolutely.
I just wanted to make a brief comment on one of the comments about the lack of support for a parcel tax. That is factually incorrect. All the polling we've done suggests that there is support for the parcel tax. And I just wanted to correct the record. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Blakely. We will now move on to item 7A, the tentative agreement with the Mountain View Educators Association. We will be hearing, I'm sorry. I already closed the, at the very beginning of the community comments for that. I asked for everyone who is going to be commenting both in person and online and use those numbers to allocate the time. Sorry. We'll hear from our Chief Human Relations Officer, Tara Vickyard.
Thank you. Okay. This agreement includes salary increases and agreements reached on several other articles of our contract. And I want to thank the negotiating teams for the respectful, collaborative, and productive negotiations. And as such, staff recommend I come to you to request that you approve this tentative agreement as presented tonight.
Thank you very much, Ms. Vickyard. Are there any questions from trustees? I do have a question. You know, we've seen some interesting theories put forth about how our negotiation process works. And one of the most recent ones was that there was an under the table deal to give teachers the raises that we have within the contract proposal and remove 8 teachers from Graham. Is that true?
No, I don't think, having been a member of the UAW 101, I can tell you, and this is, you know, no offense to any union, that if anything, they would never argue to slash membership and to increase salaries. That's just not how a union works, because a union lives and thrives off of its members, and they need membership in order to survive, right? And so if their numbers get smaller, it becomes harder for them to support their members. And so I know nothing about a secret clandestine deal. You know, I'm looking at the president over there, but there was never any conversation whatsoever.
Thank you. And then I had one more question, which was, and Mr. Newman, because you're here and you're part of the agenda item, as it were, I'm wondering if you could speak to how the union officers are elected and the site representatives, because in my mind, teachers and the union are the same. They're not, at least from the board's perspective, they're not a separate, teachers are not separate from the union. The union represents the teachers and their interests.
You're correct. The negotiation team is decided by the MVEA cabinet. We select teachers that are interested in negotiating the terms of the CBA. And then the cabinet decides which members will be chosen for the negotiations team. And to address the question earlier, there was absolutely no collusion or secret deal or underhanded passings of paper or anything. That's completely absurd. Along with the comments made earlier, I think there's a lot of absurdities being thrown around that are completely untrue, and it's kind of embarrassing. Is there another, did I answer the question?
Well, and can you speak to how the MVEA cabinet members are chosen?
MVA cabinet members are chosen as being president. I select teachers that step up. Cabinet members are voted in. We're voted in. Myself and every other cabinet member is voted in. Sorry, misunderstood the question first. But yeah, we're voted in. Currently, right now, we're in the middle of our elections. They opened up today actually, and they'll close next week.
And the entire district, all of the teachers in the district have equal votes within the union.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We will now take public comment on this item. If you're a member of the public and you'd like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or if you're in person, you can submit a yellow speaker card and approach the podium. If you want to comment on Zoom, please raise your hand now, because once I have a final count, I'll take a screenshot so we know who the speakers are and allocate time accordingly. We have 3 speakers online, GMS Mom, AN, and Ling W. We will get a 3-minute timer up on the board. GMS Mom, you may unmute yourself when you are ready.
Thank you, Trustee Conley. I really want to thank you for the extended amount of time at this meeting compared to past meetings. I really appreciate the opportunity to address these agenda items. I'd like to talk about the union contract because as a parent of a middle schooler, I object to section 3.1.2 because it specifically removes the requirement for teachers to be available before or after school for parents, students, and staff. Currently, I can go on campus and talk to my child's teachers before school, and that is written into and protected by the contract. In this agreement, the parents are specifically redlined. The students are specifically redlined. We already have been putting fences up around our schools, and we're losing that personal connection. We see this with the kids too. Teachers are relying on iReady to measure how my kid is doing instead of having a personal connection. If you want to increase the sense of community and connection or engagement with families, we should be improving parent-teacher connections, and it's getting harder every day to have that vital personal connection with teachers. Now, the agreement is specifically redlining the section that requires teachers to be available 15 minutes before or after class to students, parents, and staff members. This creates the exact opposite of that feeling of belonging and engagement that we are looking for through the highly controversial SEL program. Why don't we just include this engagement at every opportunity, including in our union negotiations? Thank you so much, and I'd like to yield the rest of my time to Ling.
Thank you. Our next speaker is AN. And to be clear, we don't usually yield time. We have a process in person where if speakers submit a shared card together, then one person could speak for that group. I know we ran into that at the April 18th meeting where somebody yielded time, and that was unusual and not something I've done before, but it's not a practice that we actually usually do on the board. And you'll see at City Council, they do not yield time to other speakers as well. We will now move on to AN. You may unmute yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity. I really appreciate, again, some time to be able to convey what we want to convey. So first of all, I'm kind of, you have to forgive me there. I'm kind of confused why this item is even on agenda, because this was, as we had discussed in previous meetings, similar and intermingled concerns have been addressed while we were discussing schedule, and board members have, clearly asked district to decouple this from scheduling. And now it doesn't look like that this is really decoupled, because all the discussions that are happening, even just before this comment section started, it's about some kind of collusion and the under table deal, again, pointing back to the scheduling related issue. The collusion that has been mentioned just now, that was related to how scheduling committee was made of union rep, not the other way around, and how the scheduling committee was just looked like a union negotiation instead of scheduling discussions. This was, I really don't want to talk about scheduling agenda and really want to be on this agenda, but I'm really confused because this agenda has been presented as scheduling agenda. The union, Mr. Newman, he has given us a speech in the beginning about, scheduling again. And he has mentioned how students and teachers are feeling about scheduling. Why can't unions stay out of scheduling and keep it as an issue that is pertaining to education, scores, longer periods, or whatever that needs to be done from the point of view of teachers and students and community? I'm really, really concerned, and it's really alarming how much union has to say even now on this public forum, so much about scheduling. And I would request the board to actually, I don't know what should be done here, but board should definitely try to decouple it effectively in its true soul, not just by one slide in the presentation that say, oh, now it's decoupled. It should actually be decoupled. The superintendent has given this interview in which he said, quote, district officials wanted to know if board members were okay with this pay increases moving forward, regardless of the schedule outcome. Why he's putting schedule and raises in the same sentence on to a journalist while claiming that he has decoupled these two issues? And unfortunately, it's casting a negative light on the whole process. And as a representative, I request you to make sure that this decoupling actually happens effectively and not only in words. And I request you to not vote on this item today and wait until scheduling issue is completed and concluded, so that we don't even have to have this discussion if there was an under table deal for union negotiations or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nassar. We will now move on to Ling. You may unmute yourself. You have 3 minutes to address the board.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, for this union negotiation, I just want to note that I recall 2 years ago, the negotiations were very bumpy, and it's interesting to see that, the turnaround here. I think it's a very generous package, and I'm always happy to support our teachers because they are the foundation of the educational system of our schools. I do want to note, however, that I do talk to a lot of teachers, and I want to make sure that when we talk about the union versus the teachers, we need to decouple that as well. So I absolutely support the teachers, and I know what the union needs to do, right, to obviously serve its own interests. But I think, those are two separate things. The other things is, again, I think this contract, I want to note that it is tied to the parcel tax. And in terms of the parcel tax, if there are several Mountain View Voice articles with regards to this, which actually says that the polling support is within the margin of error. So you need 2/3 of vote to pass this parcel tax. And right now it's right at that edge. So just to know, it's not overwhelming support that it was sure to pass. So Mountain View Voice, Zoe's article clearly states that there might be some bumps in passing. So I just want to clear that record. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion or comments from trustees?
I move that we approve the tentative agreement with the Mountain View Educators Association.
I just want to make a quick comment for our teachers. I will second that. I just want to say that I'm really just a proud leader among our districts in teacher compensation. It's been said before that the teachers are at the heart of every school. And we're so proud to have the teachers in our school districts teaching our students. And I know that new teachers are looking at compensation very, very carefully when they make decisions about what school districts they go to teach at, because I work with upcoming teachers that are getting jobs right now, and it's been a big topic of conversation. So I just feel very grateful that our district is able to provide this compensation for our staff.
Thank you. And I will add, the board has long set a goal of trying to make sure that our teachers are paid within the top 25th percentile of comparison districts. We really value the wonderful, wonderful teachers that we have. I think as a parent, I can speak to the positive experiences my own child has had. But even when I've sat down with parents who are upset about things in the district, they come back again and again to, we have some really wonderful teachers. My child has some wonderful teachers right now. So I appreciate all of the work that the negotiation teams put into this. This is not an easy process. And there are needs that we have to reach compromise, and it's actually hard conversations. I know we're saying this was a smooth negotiation, but that doesn't mean it was easy. There was a lot of give and take. There was real openness and listening and trying to understand and appreciate the different asks of both sides of the table. And we just truly, truly appreciate the agreement that has been reached and that we can support our teachers. On that, we'll take a vote. All those in favor? Aye. On a motion made by Trustee Lambert and seconded by Trustee Berman, the tentative agreement between the Mountain View Educators Association, MVEA, and the Mountain View Wisman School District is approved as presented. We will now move on to item B. This is a public hearing on resolution number 02050224. I'm going to open the public hearing and state it in full. At 7:26 p.m., I have opened this public hearing on resolution number 02-050224, developer fee rates based on the presented developer fee study and recent action of the State Allocation Board. We will hear from our Chief Business Officer, Dr. Rebecca Westover.
Good evening, trustees. We bring this back every 2 years to update our developer fees, and I wanted to offer to the board to summarize what this action item is instead of going through the presentation, unless the board would like me to run through the presentation tonight.
I think we're fine, Dr. Westover. We have all prepared and read our materials ahead of time.
Okay. So essentially, this is increasing the amount of fees that we can collect when new development comes into Mountain View. These fees help us absorb the children coming into the district by allowing us to refurbish our buildings or, if needed, put in portables. The amount that is collected will increase to $5.17 for residential from $4.79, which is the general summary.
Thank you. Are there any questions from trustees? Are there any comments from the public on this item? If you would like to comment online, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or if you're in person, you can approach the podium and submit a yellow speaker card. There does not appear to be any public comment at this time. Are there comments or a motion from trustees? Trustee Lambert.
Just one brief comment. I read the report that was presented. It's actually very interesting to read and to see how the fees are assessed and then distributed. So it's very, very clear too. It's interesting that a report like this has to be generated to justify this, which is really a small increment, but it was useful. So
very much agreed. Are there further comments from trustees or a motion?
I will make the motion that I recommend that the Board of Trustees approve and adopt Resolution 02-050224, authorizing the increase in developer fee rates as presented in the developer fee study.
Second.
I'm sorry, if you're a member of the public, oh, that's Trustee Blakely. It's like, where is that voice saying second coming from? I'm sorry, Trustee Blakely. The speaker's at the back of the room, which is a little confusing. All right, so who won on that second? I think we're going to give it to Trustee Blakely. All right, so all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion made by Trustee Berman and seconded by Trustee Blakely. The board has voted unanimously to approve and adopt resolution number 02-050224, authorizing the increase in developer fee rates as presented in the developer fees study. And at 7:29 p.m., we have closed the hearing on that item. We will now move on to item 7C, which is the resolution number 01-05-0224 in support of recognizing Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. We will hear from our Director of Equity, Megan Pullman.
Good evening, trustees. Yesterday, May 1st, marks the beginning of Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. MVWSD recognizes, of course, the indelible mark that our Asian American and Pacific Islander community members and students make and have made on our community. We honor them this month and every month. We present this resolution to you today, and the recommended action is to pass as presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from trustees? Seeing as there are none, we will take public comment on this item. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or if you're in person, you can approach the podium and submit a yellow speaker card. Seeing as there is no public comment at this time, are there comments or a motion from trustees? Vice President Chang.
Just a comment on these resolutions where we kind of honor the diversity of our districts. I would just encourage that if that's forward past, I think we will, is that we post them somewhere easy on the website. I've looked from the past, I think, because we have several of these resolutions where different student groups and community members, I think it provides a sense of safety to see that there's a collective that's easy for them to find. In addition to that, I would also just want the board to be aware that, there's only 12 months, right? So it is, May is also Jewish American Heritage Month. And so, there's a lot of news, both locally and around the world, about how we can take care of our Jewish American community. And so I just want to make mention of that. Particularly Monday is Yom HaShoah, which is the day to honor the Holocaust. That's not this Monday. So maybe that can come back as another resolution. This community, I think, that would welcome to be reaffirmed in their sense of being seen in this community. I would also, just as sake of time, wonder if in these next 3 resolutions, if we forego the choral reading. I think it's really important to get posted on the website, but us reading them down the line, given that we have this kind of weighty agenda item coming up, I don't know if people's thoughts of skipping the core reading on these next 3 items.
Trustee Berman.
I'll just say that I do appreciate the choral reading, but I've read through the resolution, and if we can just make sure it's shared, I'm okay with skipping the choral reading.
Okay. All right. And I see a thumbs up from Trustee Blakely. In that case, do we have a motion?
Happy to make it. I think I'm actually the first Asian American trustee on the MVWSD board. So I recommend that the board approve resolution 01-05-0224 in recognizing Asian Pacific Islander Heritage Month.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. On a motion made by Vice President Chang and seconded by Trustee Berman, the board has unanimously voted to approve and adopt resolution number 01-05-0224 in support of recognizing Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Before we move on, I should have said it in comments, but I remember a few years ago when there was some terrible violence against our AAPI community going on around the country. And that was the first time that I think we brought a resolution against AAPI hate. And I appreciate your leadership in that, Vice President Chang. I think it really matters that you're here and a part of our board, and representation really matters. So thank you. We will move on to item D, resolution number 03-05-0224, recognizing May 8th, 2024 as the Day of the Teacher. And we'll hear from our Chief Human Relations Officer, Tara Vickyard.
Good evening again, trustees and community. Thank you. It is my honor to bring you this resolution recognizing May 8th as the Day of the Teacher. Our teachers work hard every day to make a difference to our students. The impact of their work stretches far beyond the academic day or even the academic year. Our teachers need to be recognized and highly appreciated for giving their hearts, their time, and their dedication to every student that they teach. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vicurn. Are there questions from trustees? Seeing as there are no questions, we will take public comment. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press star 9 on your phone, or approach the podium and submit a yellow speaker card. Seeing as there is no public comment at this time, are there comments from trustees? All right, or a motion?
I will make the motion that the Board of Trustees approve and adopt resolution number 03050224, recognizing May 8th, 2024 as Day of the Teacher as presented.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. On a motion made by Trustee Berman and seconded by Vice President Chang, the board has voted unanimously to approve and adopt resolution number 03-050224, recognizing May 8th, 2024 as the Day of the Teacher as presented. We'll now move on to item E, resolution number 04-050224, recognizing May 19th through 25th, 2024 as Classified School Employee Week. And again, we have our Chief Human Relations Officer, Tara Vicurn.
All right, once again, it is my true honor tonight to bring this resolution to you, recognizing May 19th through the 25th as Classified School Employees Week. Our classified employees are dedicated to making a difference in our students and supporting their success every day, whether that be by making a safe and clean place for them to learn, or getting them to school, or feeding them once they get here, or all of the other things that our classified staff do for each and every student to make them feel welcomed and supported and to help them thrive on campus every day. And so again, I want to thank our staff and take this time to recognize them.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from trustees? Seeing as there are none, if you're a member of the public and you'd like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press star 9 on your phone, or if you're in person, you can approach the podium and submit a yellow speaker card. Seeing as there is no public comment at the time, are there comments or a motion from trustees?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve and adopt resolution number 04-050224, recognizing May 19th through May 25th, 2024 as Classified School Employee Week.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. On a motion made by Trustee Berman and seconded by Vice President Chang, the trustees voted unanimously to approve and adopt resolution number 04-050224, recognizing May 19th through 25th, 2024 as Classified School Employee Week as presented. Thank you, Ms. Vicurn. We will now move on to item F, the middle school schedule update. We will hear from, I believe, our superintendent, Dr. Rudolph, possibly Chief Human Resource Officer Tara Vicurn, and Director of Curriculum Instruction and Assessment, Swati Dagger.
Good evening, trustees. Staff would like to make an adjustment to the recommendation, but before I announce what that recommendation is, let me say that it is unfortunate that something is rooted in a solution to help students with their academics and social emotional learning has now devolved into muckraking. What I've witnessed is a lack of civility in the last few weeks. I would have never thought that my own child and I would have had to listen to parents shouting something at me while I'm simply trying to take them home to go to sleep during a break in a board meeting. Even worse, no one, including myself, should have to read coded language that is rooted in postbellum racist terminology that attempts to synonymously describe African-American men as aggressive or criminals. To be honest, I am extremely surprised that in a community where so many people are attuned to technology, that people would blindly sign on to form letters that automatically populates their information with such vitriolic rhetoric. I worry for the amazing teachers and staff members who feel like they're in a war zone because of their recommendation. To me, there is so much more to worry about in this world than what is happening at this middle school schedule. We have parents losing jobs in technology and worried about their livelihood. Mountain View has more unhoused students since the pandemic who rely on our staff for their daily meals. We have parents whose loved ones are in harm's way overseas. And there are parents who are just simply worried about whether or not their child will fit into a school with kids who may or may not look like they do, feel like they do, or have similar dreams. And where are we placing our attention? We have for the past month been focused on responding to parents who only care about whether or not they can make the data agree with their opinion. It is upsetting and it is unnerving. It lacks civility. It is not what I want modeled for my son, who is a 7th grader in this district and has had to witness these events. I firmly believe that no one deserves to be harassed at work. None of our employees deserve that. Not teachers, not board members, secretaries, and administrators. And neither do our parents who are simply trying to drop their children off and beat traffic to work. This is not how anyone should have to start their day. To be clear, I do believe in the data, the research, and the request for moving to a 7-period schedule appears reasonable. But I also need to point out that this was never my idea. But this issue has taken up time that would otherwise be directed towards finalizing teacher housing, improving working conditions, closing achievement gaps, and accelerating learning for all of our high-performance students. Did we make mistakes along the way? Yes, everyone does. Should everyone have been entitled to a lot more grace? Yes, everyone should have. I truly regret bringing this issue to the board, and for that, I do apologize. Not because of what it stands for, which is better outcomes for students, but what it has brought out of our community over the past 2 months. For the staff, the silent majority, for my son, the changing of the schedule is nothing more than a Pyrrhic victory. Therefore, staff would like to recommend the following changes. Number 1, do not change the middle school schedule to a 7-period day. Number 2, amend the board resolution to allow the district to drop below the 17% reserves. And number 3, amend the student placement policy for students enrolled in the dual immersion program to a 10 gram for Spanish class and to add the dual immersion core subject class in social studies starting next year.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Are there questions from trustees? Trustee Blakely.
Thank you. Sorry, I was trying to find my unmute. This goes, well, yes, I do. This goes more to maybe potentially in the future having a 7-period schedule. I'm just curious how many prep periods our elementary teachers have and how many subjects each elementary teacher teaches.
Our elementary teachers don't have prep periods. I believe that they are entitled to 3 hours a week. So there's a distinct difference between middle schools and elementary schools. And our elementary teachers teach, I believe it's 7 periods, or 7 different courses throughout the course of the day.
Thank you. And I'm also curious about whether the elementary schools ever use longer teaching blocks.
Yes, our elementary schools do.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no further questions from trustees, we'll take public comment on this item. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, if you're in person, you can submit a yellow speaker card, and I will use that to help tally up how much time to allocate per person. If you're online, you can raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. The way this process works is that we tally up all of the speakers and then we allocate time for the speakers to try and make sure everyone can be heard. Okay. And I'm going to check real quick I'm just gonna clarify for those of you who are representing in person who have co-signed a card, I just have to verify everyone's here. So Mr. Guranathan, Ms. Anderson, and Ms. Bellick, can you raise your hands, please? Thank you. And then Ms. Rutledge and Mr. Fischette, can you raise your hands, please? Thank you. Checking the other cards to see if anyone else has doubled up. Nope. All right, we have seven. No, we have more than 7 online. One. I see 9 online speakers in person. Oh, we have 10 online speakers. If you are an online speaker, this is last call to get your hand up, please. I have 6 in person plus 2 shared cards, 1 for 2 and 1 for 3. Trustees, I've reviewed the bylaws since our last meeting. Our previous practice had been that each item is allocated 10 minutes for public speakers. And then the board president, at their discretion, can extend the public comment period to 20 minutes and allocate the time accordingly. That usually means that once we hit 10 minutes, if we have 10 speakers, then I allocate 1 minute per speaker after that. Tonight we have 16 regular speakers plus 2 paired speaker or 2 groups of speakers. The board can, at your discretion as a board, it's not within my authority as the president to do by myself, extend the time past 20 minutes and also adjust the amount of speaking time. Trustee Lambert.
Yes, thank you for offering that. Since this is such an important item to the public, I would recommend that speaker be allowed 3 minutes.
Are there
And I asked the speakers then to be courteous about, being concise and moving through.
I would recommend 2 minutes.
I would like to make a second for 2 minutes. It sounds like we have some group speakers. So for the group speakers, if they're representing 4 people, that would mean they get 2 minutes for each person they're representing.
What we've done in the past is for a group, they would get between 3 to 5 minutes when it's been cut down to 1 minute. I think we could do, I would recommend 6 minutes for the 3-person group and 4 minutes for the 2-person group. But it's also, I'm open to what trustees have to say about that as well.
I'm comfortable with that. One other thing that I would suggest in other topics, where there's been great public interest over the years. Sometimes we ask the members of the public to try not to repeat and just instead give, say like, I agree with what the former speaker said about X, so that we don't go on and on. But to acknowledge the fact that that point was something that they felt was important.
And Trustee Chang, Vice President Chang.
I think 2 minutes is fine. My only suggestion to the colleague is that when we do the cutoffs, sometimes people, they don't quite know that the agenda item has started, and it's a really small window for people to get on. So I find that sometimes members of the public who wish to participate sometimes just miss when we say that. So if we can provide some grace there, but otherwise we'll support 2 minutes.
All right, thank you very much, Trustee Chang. Oh, okay, we have an adjustment. I'm so sorry, I missed that. Oh, I see how you all did that. Okay, so my apologies. There was a group of cards that were submitted where in the comment section, they said they would like to give their time to Miss Escobar. So that changes things a little bit. Let's stick with 2 minutes for everyone. And then that gives us a little more room. So for our group speakers, let's give our group speakers the 2 minutes per person. So we have for Ms. Rutledge, you'll have 4 minutes when we get to you. I'm going to note it on your card. For Mr. Gurunatham, you will have 6 minutes. And then for Ms. Escobar, you will have 10 minutes, although I don't know that I've heard anyone address us for that long before. And everyone else will have 2. We will start with our in-person speakers. I've taken a screenshot of the online speakers. I know it's very stressful to have to get your hand up and maybe you've had technical difficulties. Please do submit written comments to the board. We really care about what our community has to say. We find your voice is very important. So if you don't have a chance to speak here, please do write to us. And I respond on behalf of the board to written communications. Because of the Brown Act, there's a lot of limitations on what I can say in those responses because all of the trustees see them. And there's limitations to what trustees can put within a public document like an email. But we really, really do appreciate your input. We will start with Miss Escobar. Escobar. We have 10 minutes on the board. Yes, let's get your timer up.
I am not going to need all that.
Okay. You may begin when you are ready.
Dear trustees, my name is Rebecca Dorosak Escobar. I am a former Graham student. I am a current Graham parent. I am a former Graham parent. I am a former Bub parent, and I am a current Graham teacher. I think I have lots of hats. I also was on the scheduling committee. And so I am here tonight to share my thoughts with you. As I was trying to decide if I wanted to speak tonight or not, I experienced a wide range of emotions. The largest emotion was sadness. Sadness that a request to have a discussion about what was best for students has turned into such a controversy. Sadness that my own personal integrity and honesty has been called into question, and sadness that we as a community have not been able to come together to find a solution. And so as I was thinking about whether or not I should speak, I heard my mother's voice in my head. And she was reminding me that I should stand up for what I believe in. And so the only thing that I can do is I can tell you what I believe. And my comments will be focused on Graham, but please know they extend to all of the students in our district. I believe that Graham is a very special place, a place that I have dedicated 26 years of my professional life to, and a place where I want to continue teaching for the rest of my career. I believe that what makes Graham so special are the people involved. The students, the parents, and the staff are all committed to doing their best to support each other, to protect each other, to build each other up when we need it, and to celebrate with each other when we are successful. We celebrated our choirs earlier tonight. I believe that it is hard to be a middle school in an elementary school district. The needs of the middle school students are vastly different from the needs of the elementary students. I believe that in order to support our middle school students, we have to be creative and innovative when we think about what their needs are. I also firmly believe that the students of Graham need more. They need more time in their academic classes to be prepared for high school. I am the mother of a current high schooler. I know firsthand what is going to be expected of these students in the next several years. And I worry that we are not adequately preparing all of our students, the students that don't have me at home to help them with their homework, that we are not adequately preparing them for what they're going to face. And I agree that while losing an elective class can be hard for many people, that, and this is not a favored view, I believe that sometimes it's our job to make hard choices when we see something that needs to be changed. And my daughter, who is a 7th grader, she loves Miss Choir with Miss Gatland. She loves having 2 periods with her. But I also know that a hard choice would be she would need to have more time in math and English. I believe in an advisory period that has a curriculum that's developed with direct teacher involvement to support all of the soft skills that a person needs to be successful in life. The communication skills, the organizational skills, and the resiliency skills. These are all critical skills that you and I have developed over the years, but they do not come naturally to humans. They need to be explicitly taught. I believe that the teacher's time should be valued. I see the long hours our Graham teachers put in to doing what is best for the students under their care. I see how the teachers step up to take over classes, how they are asked to substitute on a daily basis for colleagues when they're out. I see how they're asked to help with extra yard duty, to meet with and communicate with parents on a regular basis. They do everything they possibly can to make their students safe. And I believe that we will continue to lose quality teachers if we cannot find a way to give them adequate time to discuss and plan and create meaningful lessons to help these middle school students navigate difficult years. I wholeheartedly believe that there is a solution and that if we all work together, we will find it. My intention when I first asked if we could discuss a new schedule was to work together to create something that supported as many students as possible. Because in the end, I know we all want to do what's best for students. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Escobar. I am so sorry. I appreciate the clapping, but I have also experienced meetings where clapping can also turn into jeering or hissing or laughing during other people's comments. So I will ask you to, if you're in the audience, to remain quiet. I know that's hard. You want to express everything, but then we kind of open the door for a lot of different expression that might not be respectful of our public commenters. We will now move on to Mr. Gurunathan, and we'll put 6 minutes on the timer.
Greetings, trustees. The issue, I want to be very clear, the issue is not that we're giving salary increases to teachers. Teachers are heroes. They deserve every penny they earn and more, and they are underpaid. The issue is the dishonesty about the motivation for this schedule change. There's a clear paper trail that shows that the schedule change is directly related to the salary negotiations. Not once in the paper trail are things mentioned about student performance, core instructional time, absenteeism, discipline, or disadvantaged students. Yet from the outset, the superintendent created the lie that this is based on improving student conditions and student performance. And every time he's questioned, he has doubled down on that lie. But we have the evidence to show this was never a consideration. What we're upset about, again, is not the salary increases, it is the lack of honesty. And it's not just transparency, it's direct dishonesty that we have experienced. As parents, we are upset about that and we will not tolerate it. Graham School currently is in utter chaos. I'm afraid to send my child there. There are daily fights, the drug use. My child is afraid to go to the bathroom there. And we have been given zero information about the dismissal of the vice principal or other teachers or the absence of the principal until recently. In general, when something major happens, the parents don't get any notification despite asking questions. Again, this points to lack of transparency, secrecy, and
makes us very uncomfortable as parents. Given this chaos, are we to believe really that removing 8 teachers, eliminating electives, instituting larger classes and 85-minute periods are going to make things better for our students? It's hard to believe. The surveys that were sent out are another example of dishonesty. They failed to include the simple question, are you in favor or are you opposed? Instead, they ask wishy-washy subjective questions, asking you to list pros and cons so that an AI tool can summarize it and make it sound like it is a mixed bag of opinions. The teachers' survey was even more of a sham. The teachers were instructed to phrase their responses in terms of, I wonder what would it look like if one possible strategy is, all very highly subjective responses that can be interpreted by the district to mean whatever they want. This is compounded with bad math. The percentages of response for Graham and Crittenden were simply added together, ignoring the fact that Graham is about 60% bigger than Crittenden. There's something called a weighted average that should have been used. It is middle school math. The superintendent should check it out. On top of that, he arbitrarily lumps the no preference with the in favor numbers to artificially inflate the in favor numbers and expects that we won't notice. It is this disdain for parent intelligence and this disregard for our input that we are upset about. The problem is that all of this was done under false pretenses. We should not accept that from our public officials. There's no reason to believe that this proposal was for our kids. It was for other reasons. And this is a pattern of behavior for the superintendent. So I'm asking you, please hold him responsible. Please do not allow this to go unchecked. It is time to replace the superintendent. Thank you.
We will now move on to our next in-person speaker, Miss Rutledge, who has 2 people represented on her card. Will have 4 minutes.
Do I need both of us?
No, that's why I asked for a raised hand. Oh, yeah, that's why I asked for the raised hands earlier. You're ready to, whenever you're ready to begin.
Okay, thank you. I'm Erica Rutledge, and I have 4 main points to make. The first one is that there is no reason to expect that a schedule change will improve student outcomes. The paper that was referenced did specifically say in its conclusion effectively that it's not conclusive. I quote, deriving a single conclusion from the causal research literature on time in school is nearly impossible. So it can happen, but there are a lot of things that have to go right, and there's a lot of noise in that data. Secondly, a statistical analysis of California dashboard data shows a high correlation between chronic absenteeism and poor academic performances. In fact, a 0.84 and 0.85 are squared on that data. So I would argue, as I did at the last meeting, that the problem isn't the hours of core instruction. The problem is that our lowest performing populations are not showing up in school. It's really upsetting, the degree of absenteeism that's going on that needs to be addressed as part of the problem. Thirdly, California dashboard data shows that white, Asian, multi-race populations at both Crittenden and Graham are exceeding the state standard, and as well as in some cases exceeding their demographic counterpoints at benchmark schools in Palo Alto and Cupertino. So I think we've got, frankly, a lot of really great stuff going on. And so any changes that we need to make need to be surgical so that we are not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And unfortunately, that's harder, right? If the school really sucked, it would be easy to make huge improvements, but the school's really doing well, both of them, I believe. And so making those improvements gets a little harder. Otherwise, we would have done it already. And lastly, an overwhelming 70% of Graham's staff responding to the latest survey, voted not in favor. And that to me alone was very upsetting. My daughter's at Graham. We've got many teachers there that I like. I read through all of the verbatims, and there are a lot of pretty distressed teachers. And the last thing I want to do is see some of the great teachers that we have there get frustrated, burned out, and leave. And I know the data is different on Crittenden, but even if you combine the two of them, the number of people who voted against the change was 30% more than those who voted for it. So I think, you know, the jury's out on that one. I would like to agree with Ms. Escobar that I'd like to see us find a solution. I think we can. Clearly, there's a certain amount of finding our reset button and healing, I think, as a community that needs to happen first. But I think for me, at the bottom line is that this kind of initiative, as I said, it's not easy to take a good school and make it great or better or even more great. It takes time. And I think the main issue here was that there wasn't enough time. I think I've got decades of experience working on strategic business model transformation in collaborative environments. And part of it, being collaborative takes time. But being collaborative means getting input from lots of different people who you don't always agree with, but they make it better. And I think we need to get to a place where we can all take that, feedback, and give ourselves the time to do it right. So I think that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. We now have Sayer, who has 2 minutes. Mr. Sayer.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent. I'm glad to see the change. I've been teaching at Graham for 33 years and very committed to it. Love the community, love who I work with, the students. My concern was the rush to make a change. My other concern is just the idea of supporting the teachers that are there. The amount of substituting that we have to do is tremendously draining. And it doesn't give us the opportunity for implementing a lot of the kind of teaching materials that, you know, we're expected to do. The questions we ask, the PSYOP, the this training, the that training, et cetera. When we're subbing, we don't have that time, okay? And I would love to see us work towards a solution of that. Possibly, my wife teaches a block. She's never had to sub a day in her life, and she's been there 13 years. So that's one solution that I would really like to see. Graham has had so much loss of teachers. A couple of years ago, we lost 14. Last year, we lost about 13. We're probably going to lose another 14 this year. That's unsustainable. The amount of work on veterans to bring people up to speed is very challenging. And again, that energy then is not going into students. We're losing our entire administration this year. I would love to see more site-based opportunities to talk about what kind of principles we should have. We don't really have any say anymore. We used to have say, and I think that would be really important. So those are some of my concerns. I want to work towards solutions as well. And I think there's a lot of opportunity for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sayer. We will now move on to our online speakers. I'm going to pull up the screenshot of the 10 speakers from earlier. We will start with Katie's iPhone. You may unmute yourself. When you're ready, you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Hi, thank you. I'm a parent of a 2nd and 4th grader at Mistral. My comment comes from a letter I sent to the board on Monday, co-signed by 106 MVWSD parents and staff. And we're in strong support of Dr. Rudolph's proposal at the last board meeting to extend dual immersion instruction through middle school by offering a core class in Spanish for all native and advanced Spanish speakers in 6th, 7th, and 8th grades starting this fall, so that students can continue working toward achieving academic fluency and their certificate of biliteracy in high school. And we understand the districts can only commit to offering core classes in Spanish at Graham initially, and we applaud their proposal that all students graduating from the DI program at Mistral be given the choice to attend Graham to continue DI instruction until core classes in Spanish can be offered at Crittenden as well. We urge the board to approve of the district immediately staffing positions to teach a core class in Spanish for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade starting this fall, decoupled from the vote on the middle school schedule change proposal. Dr. Rudolph was clear that the district's confident they can prioritize staffing for these core classes and hire in time for fall, but that the timing is important if we start now as opposed to in June. We thank you for supporting the district in once again offering core Spanish instruction through middle school for its DI program, a program which all incoming kinder families in the district can choose to pursue. And we thank Dr. Rudolph and the district for this as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Miss Leo. You may unmute yourself when you're ready. You have 2 minutes.
Hello. I'm calling because I remember looking at the data and seems like chronic absenteeism is an issue. And I remember talking to, people who used to go to Graham when Principal Kim Thompson was there. And she had this amazing idea that helped include family engagement. What she used to do is she invite the ELAC community in for potluck dinner twice a month. And then there will be professional speakers to help these new immigrant family navigate this new world, whether it's medical issue, any questions, any language help. And then at this time, there will be 5 to 6 teacher volunteers that are there to help the students with the homework. So this is usually done 6 to 8. And I was told the teachers are happy to be there to help. And I just want to make sure this idea is not lost. And hopefully that's something that we can incorporate to increase family engagement, so that to help bring down the chronic absenteeism issue, because they are caring adults and it helps build community as well. My other comment is that with Principal Galassi leaving, I'm hoping that there'll be input coming from teachers in the community, maybe even the teachers, for the new hiring of the principal. Because for the last few years, there's been a revolving door of teachers and principal, vice principal. This constant change doesn't give the principal a chance to connect to the community, to build the community. If they're every year there's a new principal, and it just doesn't create a stable and thriving environment. So I hope that's being considered. And regarding the permanent sub that the Dr. Rudolph.
Thank you, Ms. Leo. Please feel free to email the rest of your comments to the board. Our next speaker is Reshma Bhupal. You may unmute yourself when you are ready.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I have a 7th grader at Graham. And first, I want to really thank the teachers. We went through a personal tragedy last year, and the school teachers have been amazing with my child. She loves going back, and she has really blossomed in her school. And that is primarily because of the teachers, the electives that she works with. The teachers, she loves going to school. No question about that. But also she had, as a lot of the parents spoke about, physical incidents in Graham. Last year, a kid hit my daughter because they were talking and she was hit. And she was so scared. She never even spoke about it to the teacher. And it was come home and I had to reach out to the teachers, and that was handled again really well. The reason I'm mentioning this is SEL is something that I don't think my daughter would go talk to a person who just meets them once a month or thing. I really want us to really look forward to what we're going to make in SEL. And advisory is different and SEL is different. So that's something we really need to think about before we go ahead and add it in our curriculum. That's one of the things. And something which Ms. Berman said before about, giving good compensation for staff that, attracts them to come to Mountain View. I'm so happy that we could do that and that we get really good talent. But how do we retain them? Are we supporting them enough? Are the teachers happy? Because the attrition is so high. I don't think we're doing enough to retain them. So that's something we should look into, like supporting the staff the way they really need it. And the next thing I want to talk about is a lot of conflict of interest I see between the scheduling committee, the teachers, the district, the union. I mean, I see the same people in all of the places. How is it not a conflict of interest? Would the teachers really give their opinion if they are not feared? I mean, if they're not scared that they're going to have repercussions from that? I really strongly suggest that things needs to be different. There should be different people at different committees. That's when.
Thank you, Ms. Bhupal. Please do submit the rest of your comments to the board in writing if you would like to do so. Our next speaker is Ms. Actor. You may unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening. Wow, what a night. You know, we do share the same goal, which is the best education for all of our kids. I've heard too many parents say that they're not heard and that they feel powerless, that this district doesn't care, doesn't listen, and doesn't respond. I truly hope that they're attending tonight. On another note, I agree with Dr. Rudolph that nobody needs to feel harassed when working with or for the district. I agree with Dr. Rudolph that we need to focus on the kids. I want to engage with the district, and I want to be engaged in my child's education, like a lot of parents. Like Superintendent Rudolph, I want this to never happen again. I want him to engage the public early on in-person town halls. I want to see him at the schools, and I want the muting of the public to stop. What I really want is for him to engage with an open heart. I want honesty even when the problems are hard. We as parents want to help. I want to have positive discourse and real engagement. I want principals' copies with more than 24 hours notice. And I want the parents to be valued as school community members. With regard to the scheduling issue, a board member told me to keep speaking with my school administration. Galassi's on her way out, Kim Stevens is gone, and the remaining VP wasn't found. Graham is crumbling. I appreciate Dr. Rudolph for understanding that now is not the time to make major moves. Thank you for this first step toward real change. We appreciate the move and look forward to continuing the conversation. We need transparent and honest discourse. We need careful consideration and timely responses to parents. We need to treat every community member as a customer, a parcel tax voter, a board voter. Now, more community members are getting educated about their civic and legal rights. Thank you to the parents who stood ready to spend their time and money to ensure their voices are heard. Thank you for the teachers who never gave up. Thank you for all who attended tonight. I want to extend a
Thank you, Ms. Actor. Please do submit the rest of your comments to the board in writing if you would like to do so. Our next speaker is Dr. Nassar. You may unmute yourself when you're ready.
Hi, can you hear me? Dr. Rudolph, I'm really sorry that happened, that unfortunate incident that you mentioned. It should not happen to anyone. I sympathize with you. At the same time, I also want to thank you for taking this step, finally, reading the room and finally deciding that, maybe you should reconsider your initial position. I only wish that you had thought about it before this. I'm really, really saddened how this all played out and how, in principal coffee, we were told that your questions will not be answered. In site council, we were shut down, and your behavior in town hall was not acceptable. I think you really divided the community here, and you really, you'd really failed at your job with that town hall. You did not leave any avenue for proper engagement. And even until today, I was begging some people to get me my basic question answered. Why periods are shorter in the new proposal if we wanted longer periods? And why do we are not releasing the survey results when we already had it by town hall and the 18th April meeting? I'm really disappointed. And, so many community hours are wasted in this. From the very beginning, this proposal just looked like something that is taking away. It's taking away electives from the students. It's taking away trusted adult from a student's life. It's taking away teachers' prep time. And more I learned about it, I just learned more and more it's taking away. And I understand that sometimes you want to pass things quickly and you can, bypass public opinion. It happens all the time. But once it was noticed by public, you should have put a break on it and listened. I hope you do it for the next issue. Thank you.
Our next speaker is GMS student. You may unmute yourself when you're ready.
Okay, first of all, I would like to start with the fact that one of the best parts of this district that I have come to appreciate is our 3 elective schedule. The extra elective lets students experiment with their interests during the peak experimentation phase right before you have to choose the direction you are heading towards for high school classes. Currently, I have a good understanding of where I'm heading for high school, but if I had not had a whole year's worth of elective classes that students entering middle school next year would lose, I would honestly not have a general clue of where I want to head in terms of high school classes. Another huge point I want to include is student engagement. The 7 periods schedule will obviously include longer periods which strains students' attention and participation. At a certain point, students lose interest and it just ends in looking back at the clock every 2 minutes. With 8 periods though, you jump to the next subject before you lose attention, keeping your mind fresh and ready to learn. This also can help special needs students. Electives also allow for pursuit of passion and has personally led me to consider mine. Research has also shown that pursuing classes of interest outside of core classes enhances motivation and overall happiness. This also leads me to my next point, as by my understanding, the 3rd elective will be replaced by social emotional learning every week. SEL lessons are not generally useful to the majority of students and take away from the time we could have on actual subjects. SEL itself is undoubtedly important, but learning these skills naturally through our classes in real scenarios is way more effective than structured lessons. If you want to support students' passions, give an actual opportunity for social emotional learning and increase participation and engagement. I sincerely hope you keep the 8-period schedule. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, GMS student. We really appreciate when students are able to participate and give feedback to the board. It is wonderful that you are doing so. And, we'd also love your comments in writing if you have time to send them in as well. Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Wang. You may unmute yourself when you are ready.
All right. Okay. So thank you, trustees, and thank you to our teachers. I would like to echo all of the wonderful teachers that we have in our district, and I am absolutely concerned about the turnover. I had wonderful teachers myself, and I believe in public education for all students, the best public education. This issue, however, has become more about this, more than just the schedule, right? As voters, we give our power to our trustees, but on a daily basis, the district administration has the power. On a daily basis, I hear concerns from parents and teachers who have feedback, but feel powerless or don't know how to engage. As an SED and English learner students from an authoritarian culture, I'm passionate about civics. Academic achievement is directly related to family engagement. We need to have a robust process and leadership who can bring our community together and get the buy-in of stakeholders, parents, and teachers and students. I invite our district personnel to come volunteer at our school sites, talk to our parents, talk to our teachers. In factory language, this would be walking the floor, and maybe even sub a little bit. And then we can have this dialogue to really learn how to improve our schools instead of having a top-down approach. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is former trustee Nelson. You may unmute yourself when you're ready. Former trustee Nelson, you may unmute yourself by pressing *9 on your phone.
I think I'm unmuted now, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I'm glad to hear that this change isn't going to go through this year, is what I thought I heard. It's too bad that wasn't put on the agenda materials that were released. there was no budget need for this to happen this year, just to save $1 million. The reserves are plenty sufficient, certainly for a year, even for multiple years. Dr. Rudolph, as someone else said, really messed this up for community engagement. It's his issue when he does this. This is not that different than Dave Cooper Park, math to one, or teach to one math, and several other things where he hasn't paid attention. I'm going to comment later about his job performance on just these matters, as somebody else did. One of the things that could have been done, there were no signs around the middle school several months before the start of discussions. A community benchmark, the current clear signs around the parks, about the parks and recreation surveys. That's very clear. More learning time is needed for math 6.0, 7.0, and 8.0. That's absolutely clear. So please explore required extra half days for these high need students that are doing so very poor in their math in our district. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Karen Gabra. You may unmute yourself when you're ready.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to speak up. The people before me did a wonderful job and basically outlined almost everything that I wanted to say. I'm a mom here in Mountain View District. I have a high schooler that graduated, and I do see how the district unfortunately deteriorating year over year. In the last, I would say, I think COVID was kind of like where we starting to see things are starting to fall down. Graham has been gone a lot, as you heard. I don't want to repeat things. I think the one good thing that is going for the school is the elective. I'm coming from a different school system, and it's just every time I'm telling my family across the board, like how many electives the kids have and what are they doing, everyone is amazed. I see how my kids are thriving in those electives. I see how they are exposed for new things, and they're learning things that they wouldn't have if they didn't have the electives. So to reduce one of them, I think would be a major concern. I'm happy that we are holding this decision and not continuing with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gavra. And our last speaker for this item is Ting. You may unmute yourself when you're ready.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so hi, I'm a student at Graham Middle School, and I just wanted to talk to you a bit about the schedule. So we've been hearing a lot from parents and teachers about like what they think about the schedule.
Oh, you accidentally muted yourself, I think, Miss Ting.
Oh, thanks. So we haven't heard a lot from students. There was one student before me. I think they did a great job of just outlining like a lot of things I wanted to say. So we really like a lot of students really want electives, and just like 3 electives in general. It just like it makes school more fun, and they actually enjoy going to school because of the electives. Also block periods, because I don't think anyone really wants to just listen to someone talk about one subject for 85 minutes. They're going to get bored. And then SEL, because from my experience in SEL, there's just like a counselor talking about SEL, and then none of the kids are listening. So if you could clarify about that, that'd be great. Also, yeah, that's all I want to say.
Thank you, Ting, and thank you as well. As I mentioned earlier, we really value student voice, and it's unusual for us to hear from students. So thank you so much for speaking tonight, and feel free to write to the board if you have more comments. We'll move on to trustee comments now. And I see Trustee Blakely has her hand up. Yes, Trustee Blakely.
Thank you. I appreciate it, and I appreciate the speakers that spoke this evening. I prepared comments, which I'll share in a moment. But first, I wanted to call out some of the conspiracy theories that have been expressed this evening. We're living in crazy times, and I honestly don't understand how some people are so easily taken in by misinformation. But those who believe the 7-period proposal was a ruse simply to save money are misinformed. We heard from Ms. Escobar this evening, who was one of the honorable and sincere teachers who want the best for our kids. And she was one of the teachers who originated the proposal for all the reasons that she shared. She spoke her truth, and I believe her. I hope you do too. So to transition topics, it's my opinion that all of the drama and hand-wringing and frustration is really more about the unfavorable school climate and severe understaffing, and underscores the need to work collectively, all of us collectively, on improving culture. We all need to have high expectations for our students, for our teachers, for our administration, for our parents, for our school board, to make all of our schools, including both middle schools, the best schools possible, and to model respectable, civil, and kind behavior. How do we accomplish this? We need to work on it. We also have to acknowledge that we have finite resources, and we always will, in terms of money, staff, and infrastructure. So how do we maximize these to achieve the best outcomes for our kids? What do we prioritize? Where do we allocate the resources? It's a very challenging balancing act. Just for an example, let's look at financial resources. And one of the speakers brought up the 8th grade Nature Bridge Yosemite trip that costs about $500,000. Would canceling that be a worthy trade-off for a third of the cost of the 8-period schedule? I don't think so. Many of our students lack the resources for family vacations and visits to national parks. So to me, this is an equity issue. That's something we also have to balance. And where's the best place to put our staffing resources on campus? Does an extra elective and hiring more staff to teach the courses optimize our teaching and financial resources? I'm not so sure. And I understand that we are deferring the topic of changing the middle school schedule, as Dr. Rudolph pointed out at the beginning of this item. But if we look at just the 7-period versus the 8-period schedule, divorced from all other considerations, I personally think that a well-designed 7-period schedule is the best option. If we could find extra money, we could use it to hire more permanent floaters or substitutes who could fill in during absences in situations where more classroom help is needed, and to work one-on-one with kids when crises inevitably crop up, hopefully less frequently than they have. Parent and community volunteers might also be able to plug some holes, such as providing help to get science labs set up, for example. It seems to me that having a few extra unassigned teachers is a better solution than having more teachers regularly scheduled to teach more scheduled electives, which will inherently entail more gaps in staffing when teachers are out sick, or otherwise not attending professional development or something, not able to teach that day. And then more teachers who would then need to fill in during their prep periods when the substitutes are not available. So I think it's a better option to have a couple of extra staff and not just rely so heavily on the regular staff to give up their prep periods. And keep in mind that some students, parents, and staff prefer 7 periods. We heard from an IEP student that thinks that the changing periods too frequently is really confusing. So, there are those in favor of the 7 periods. And we have heard, that said, we've heard loud and clear from students and parents about how much value kids get from electives. We just heard from the student, Ting, who just spoke. And I really appreciate you students and parents speaking up and sharing your perspectives with us. Thank you also for offering up many wonderful suggestions about how electives can be offered within a 7-period format. A few of the ideas for continuing exposure to more electives and exploring more new fields of interest were to offer more wheels or semester-long electives. And grading, I think, is a concern if we split them into semesters, since we are on a trimester schedule. But I think if we made them pass-fail, from a grading perspective, we wouldn't have to worry about that. We could also offer more after-school clubs. And in doing so, we could listen to student voice to inform what the offerings are. I know we've heard a presentation at the CSBA conference about crochet, which is very popular apparently among kids today. We could offer an after-school class on, or after-school club on crochet. And some years back at Graham, there used to be a hip hop lunch dance club. I imagine that would be popular, or whatever, you know, the current trends are. And that would definitely engage students. We could also offer more before school and after school special classes like AM jazz or choir or art or intro to Spanish even. And if there are not enough teachers willing to provide before or after school programs, we can enlist parents and community volunteers to help. I'd really like to see more robust offerings outside of the regular school day. And also one thing that was tried years ago at Graham was offering some ELA courses with focus themes like ecology and the environment, or oceanography, or anthropology, or art history. So that might be another way to sort of double up, where kids could still be exposed to new interests, but within the framework of a core content subject like ELA. We've also heard from many folks about how the process was perceived to be rushed. And it has been going on for several months since last December. But collaboration does take a lot longer, collaborative decision-making, and sometimes we don't have the luxury of time. So I would again say, please do not assume poor intent on the part of our teaching and administrative staff. Shame on the shame and the bullying. We do work better when we work together, and we're kind to each other, and we assume good intent. We all need to take the high road and try to be empathetic to others and where they are coming from. I'm hopeful that we can work on improving communication, the communication cycle going forward, and that we will all try hard to be our best selves and work together and listen to each other. So those are my thoughts, but I'm not operating in a vacuum. I have tremendous respect for Dr. Rudolph and the administrative team, who have all heard your voices and are now recommending that we slow down and take a second look at our approach, and also from the teachers who've shared their heartfelt opinions. And in part because so many factors are in play that need significant work beyond just the sole question of, do we have a 7 or an 8 period day? And I'm only one voice. There are 5 trustees, at least through June. I value the opinions of my colleagues, and as well those of our staff and family and students. And I very much want to hear what everyone else's thoughts are. And finally, I just want to say I do support the 3 items that Dr. Rudolph outlined. So keep the current schedule for this coming year, approve dropping the reserves for this year, and allowing all Mistral grads to attend Graham and take advantage of the Spanish core subject offerings. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Blakely. Vice President Chang.
Thank you. The revised recommendation by the district, I support all tenets of it. I would say that I think I would revise the district and the sites to take this time to think about process. There's been a lot of mention about the fights on campus and safety, and if adults aren't speaking kindly to each other, that's our first step. Like we in this room are having situations where people are saying that things are landing a certain way, and yet then we have adults in the room who continue to speak in a way where it's landing in a way that's hurting. And if adults can't hear each other and hear that we're hurting each other, then like, what are our kids going to see, right? Like, kids are hurting each other at school because they're not understanding the same dynamics of civility and empathy and kindness between people. We also have a process issue right now going on of it still remains with the revised recommendation that, this process has made parents, well, not the process, but it remains that parents feel unseen, right? They say they're unseen about their interest in electives. The outcome, however, all the while parents feel unseen, we have professional educators who came up with a recommendation, and because of our revised proposal, they feel unseen. So we have all these stakeholders who, at the end of this, still feel like they are not recognized by the community. So I welcome the urge the district to engage, and I welcome parents and urge parents to step up as well to talk about this issue of kindness with each other. Because if we can't talk kindly, how can we expect our kids to be any different? And also on this issue of how can we make sure everyone's being seen? Because the professional opinions of your teachers, that's critical, as well as the input of students directly, and as well as what parents want in their schools. All these matter. So everyone needs to, we need to look at that. So, and I'm grateful we have time because no schedule, even though we're not voting on a schedule, or I don't think we are voting on a schedule, it's not being recommended to us to change the schedule. Schedules will change in the future at some point. I've been a teacher for 20 years. So if it's not next year or at some point, we will revisit a schedule. And when we do, I hope we've had to work on process of how to be kind to each other, especially when people have said that something's landed a certain way and it's hurting. I hope that we also use that time to study more about what advisory can look like. In the slide deck for the proposal, while I appreciate the information that was gathered on advisory, advisory still ends up being, I think all of us up here, including Dr. Rudolph, has mentioned many times that advisory can be really tricky. So I think we should afford to take that time to study how to do SCL and advisory and other formats. And so I appreciate that we have responded and changed our proposal. I support the revision, but I am, it saddens me that we continue in our public comments here on personal attacks, which I think like furthers us from where we need to be on this issue. Thanks.
I'll just say that I am in agreement with what my fellow trustees have shared so far. And I support Dr. Rudolph's recommendation. I think he's making the choice that he thinks is important to make for today. I want to thank our scheduling committee and our teachers, our staff, and our district, our superintendent for doing the best that they can to address the needs of our students. I do believe that they are the most qualified to make these types of decisions and to address the social and academic needs of our current middle schoolers. And as we continue to address those concerns, I think it's really critical, as it's been mentioned, that we model the behavior that we expect to see from our students. Parents have personally shared with me that they're afraid to say anything that goes against or that went against the most vocal, loudest parents. They feared their own names would be smeared on social media or other communication threads. And that type of bullying-like engagement is harmful to our parents, our staff, our students, and our teachers. And the approach our parents take at our school sites and here in our district office also affects the retention of our administration and our teachers. So I believe that we can all do better. This is also a moment that I took to sort of think about my role as a school board member. And I was reminded that school boards have two roles, and that is performance monitoring and policy making. So I know that our school district is hired to follow the policies that we create and work around those policies. And what I was seeing put forward was not a break in the policies that are aligned with our school board policies. So in the future, when we look at that, if we are ever to look at this schedule again, I want us to clarify what the role of the school board is if and when that ever comes back to us.
Trustee Lambert.
Yes, thank you. I also support the district's recommendations. A few additional comments. So throughout this process, we've heard a lot of issues and concerns brought up by everyone, and that's great. What we've also heard, though, is a lot of great ideas and a lot of solutions. And what I'd like, what has happened over the last month or so to do is to be a springboard for really starting this process again, but making it very clear that we're going to focus on educational objectives and goals and make those stretch goals for all of the children in our middle schools. And, you know, I think we do have a a model that we're working on that will actually work. And a couple of more agenda items, we're talking about the Reimagining Castro update and the process that Director Pullman is implementing has gone through and really starting with a very, very organized way of understanding what is going on in a school, what needs to be done, looking at best practices, having part of that process is having 2 board members participate quite actively in the process, having a lot of public outreach at the school, and then implementing a multi-year plan. And by the way, schedule change is just one of the tools that is being considered for that plan. So I want us to, I encourage the district to sort of use this process as just a beginning and not lose all this momentum that we've already built up. We have the teachers engaged, we have the parents engaged, we have some of the students engaged, and let's continue that and build on it. Yeah, that's a challenge over the summer, really, to start thinking about this, getting a team together, and keep this going. So I think in that way, we respect especially all the time and effort that all the staff, all the teachers, all the parents have put into this so far. So, I thank everybody for, what you've done and what you've contributed.
Thank you, trustees. And there's clearly a majority to support the staff recommendation, and we'll take a vote at some point. But before we do, I'd like to share my comments. I appreciate everyone who's here tonight. I think one of the things we can see in this room is the diversity of our own community that's reflected in our school sites as well. And it's reflected in our staff. And it plays out in how we carry ourselves and how we relate to each other, and when we encounter problems or frustration, how do we communicate about it? A friend of mine keeps reminding me that when I'm frustrated with something and I feel like I'm hitting an institutional barrier, because I often am advocating at the county or the state level, that instead of kind of giving up or resorting to just my viewpoint, that I say, and help me understand why. Help me understand what's going on. Help me understand, how is the CASF data informing that? Help me understand how the union works and this representation piece. Help me understand how, all of these different puzzle pieces fit together. I agree that the timeline here was a real challenge, but part of what the board does is we hire an administrator to shepherd the resources of our district. And I would expect any administrator as a superintendent or in our district office staff, if they're hearing from the employee relations board about ideas, and then facing a budget crisis, and then trying to look at all of the different needs of students, where we know that so many of our socioeconomically disadvantaged students and our English language learners are being left behind in middle school. It is not a bad thing to have an administrator who says, many birds, one stone. How can we solve all of these problems? Can we work together on solving many different problems with one solution or different ways? And so I support the thought and effort from our administrator, not just our superintendent, but all of our administrative staff and the committee, who were trying to solve many different problems and work together to figure that out. There's been this interesting characterization of some of the information that's been shared. Some of it was through a public records request. I'd like to encourage people to look at each school site. Graham and Crittenden has updated their information on their web pages on the middle school changes, and it talks about something that's getting referred to as like a teacher survey. It wasn't a survey. It was the committee members and district office staff held, my understanding is, they went to get input at the staff meeting. And so it wasn't that there was a survey that was sent out that said, here are your sentence frames, please fill in your response. It was a conversation in a staff meeting, and that's not really an unusual way to structure a conversation like that. So those were two different staff meetings at Crittenden and Graham, and that was some of the input that was recorded from the staff meeting. For the survey of teachers that was more of a kind of yes, no, or ambivalent vote, that was supported by our union as well to send that out and get just a straight flat vote from all of our teachers at all of the middle schools. And we had a really high participation rate, and I appreciate all of the teachers who took the time to respond to that. And I had heard a lot of debate online about what is a neutral way for the district to get feedback. I think a union facilitated process for getting teacher and staff feedback is a very, very positive way to do so. And then the survey that was sent out, trustees on April 18th requested more input from the community. We had heard that people felt unheard. And so a survey was sent out. It was hard to turn around in such a short amount of time. And we went with a prior partner, Thought Exchange, because we have a relationship with them. We know how they work. We knew that they could help us try to get something out quickly. And I'll be honest, I was asked, what is it that you want to know? Like, what are trustees looking for? And I was thinking about the presentation in 2017 and 2018 when the board last considered a schedule change. And what stood out to me from there was people listed the pros and cons of each different option. And that's when I'm a trustee, that's how I weigh the choices I have to make. I look at the pros and cons in front of me. I want to know how people's children are doing. So a lot of those questions came with trustee input for that survey. And then we had over 1,600 responses. And it turns out now that Thought Exchange uses AI to try and sift through and synthesize responses. We didn't know that when we reached out to them, but also I don't know that we had the capability to synthesize 1,600 responses in just a few days. So we used the tools available to us to try and hear from as many people as possible. I think where things have fallen apart is an assumption of ill intent behind a lot of these things. But a lot of my trustees and others have heard me say this before. If you've ever watched the show Parks and Recreation, in the very first episode, Leslie Knope said something along the lines of, when I hear people yelling at me, what I hear is them caring loudly. And that carries me through the school board, that when people are really, really upset, it's also not ill intent on their part. It is concern for our children, and that is why we are all here. And so I hope that we can have a positive discourse going forward. And I appreciate everyone's engagement in this process. I have been dismayed, along with my colleagues, and many parents who've reached out to me separately, by the online vitriol. We read so much about the impact of social media on children's health. I'm not seeing it play a positive role in adult health right now either. And when I think about social emotional learning for our children, I also think we can work on some of those skills ourselves in terms of conflict resolution and communication. But I appreciate everyone who's here tonight, and I appreciate the thoughts of my colleagues, and I appreciate the hard work of our superintendent and all of our staff members who are engaged. And I want to see Graham have a thriving, welcoming, positive culture next year. I think there was a perfect storm of other things going on at Graham that then made this a much harder conversation to have around a schedule change. And so I appreciate waiting to kind of settle things there and figure out what's going on. But I also feel urgency around drilling down on what are our students' needs and making sure they're met, especially our children who are being left behind. On that note, is there a motion from trustees?
I move that we approve the recommendations of the district.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. On a motion made by Trustee Lambert and seconded by Trustee Blakely, the board has unanimously voted to approve the three-pronged recommendation of district staff. On that note, we're going to take a bio break. It's 8:55 p.m. We will reconvene at, is 9:05 okay, trustees? Okay, thank you. at 9:07 p.m. We are back. Our next item is item 8A for review and discussion. We're going to be hearing about our environmental sustainability plan review with our Chief Business Officer, Dr. Westover.
Good evening. I'm sorry, I needed to run back to my seat. Let me pull up my presentation. I also have a couple of people here tonight that will support if we have any questions from the board. So I have George Lowe, who is helping with the Greening Metric, Greening Score, Greening Index. And then I also have Jean, who is helping with the sustainability plan. So none of this information should be new to the board. All of it should be very familiar. So this evening, we'll be talking about the Environmental Sustainability Action Plan. This was based on the board resolution back in January of 2023 and aligns to our strategic plan to make sure that we have equitable distribution of our resources. So the resolution really kicked off our work in the creation of the Sustainability Task Force and the creation of a plan and policy guide to allow the district to consistently implement our efforts moving forward. So as we move, this is looking at what our schedule has looked like this year and the different updates that went to the board. This is a list of the meetings that we've had with our advisory council. We've met in general at least once a month, sometimes twice, to talk about these various different topics. Now, as we go through the sustainability plan, it's divided into 6 areas that are listed here. And as we talk about each focus area, we're going to first focus on the proposed policy, then on what practice and implementation looks like and possible metrics. So this format was created based on board feedback of wanting to make sure that we had something moving forward. So we focused on the policy pieces. First, in the area of energy conservation, our overall policy is a comprehensive energy management program that reduces overall energy use, reduces use of fossil fuels, increases use of renewable and clean energy, and results in reduced energy costs. And as we go through these 6 areas, I think it's important to note that each of these areas overlap greatly. So there are some things that can be easily moved into different categories. This is just where we felt that they fit best. So for practice and implementation, our lighting systems, HVAC systems, our building envelope, which is roofing and walls, insulation, as well as renewable energy. Our lighting systems, the policy would be continually upgrade lighting systems to reduce energy consumption and improve the interior lighting environment. Upgrade lighting systems with construction projects, acquisition cycles, and end of life service. For practice and implementation, this is looking at our fixtures, our operating systems, and having a centrally managed lighting system. For HVAC systems, our policy is to continually upgrade HVAC systems with emerging technology to reduce energy consumption, upgrade HVAC systems with construction projects or at end-of-life service. For practice and implementation, ongoing replacement of HVAC systems at all school sites with newer energy-efficient systems and having a centrally managed HVAC system at all school sites. For our building envelope, our policy would be continually upgrade building systems to ensure thermally efficient buildings, reduce energy use to heat, cool, and light interior spaces, replace building systems with construction projects or at end of service life. I have a question for the board. I think I've been living this plan. So all of these pieces in the policy, I would love to read through individually. But I also want to be mindful that the board may be feeling maybe a little bit more tired. Can I ask for some feedback? Would you like me to run through the presentation slide by slide to talk through the policy? I love looking at it because we spent a lot of time talking about what the policy would be, but I also know that you've read the presentation ahead of time, and I'm happy to skip forward to maybe the greening index and metric and the questions. What would the board prefer?
I've read it carefully.
Okay.
There's no need for you to read it.
Okay.
was personally thrilled to read it, and I really enjoyed the written report because that was available before the presentation was online, I believe, and then have also reviewed the presentation. So,
why don't I skip forward and then maybe with the caveat of for the policy and everything that went into it, I really want to honor the committee members because they helped shape this. So you'll see, if you look at all of our drafts along the ways, you will see fingerprints from Canopy, Living Classroom, the experts that joined our groups. We had teachers part of it on the committee. We had individuals that have doctorates in various different areas that all lended their expertise to this. So each iteration, you'll see changes based on their feedback. So I just want to honor all the work that they put into this.
Thank you.
All right, let me go ahead and move forward. So I'm going to skip through the different policies and the greening index, greening metric, and greening score. So these items should not be new to the board either. What is different is we went through and color coded some of the greening index for the summary, and then we put them on one slide for the board so you could see what each individual school looked like. So for example, here for AMI, we see the green score up top, and then we see items from the greening index down below. So you can get an overall feel of what that school might, how it scored. Then on the next slide, we looked back at all of the interviews that we had with staff, the principal, the community, and ranked where we felt that the community and the staff and the students needed the most attention. So for example, for physical comfort, having more tree placement on the interior of campus, especially around high use areas. And what you should see is between the recommendations and what you see with the scoring is in alignment of what areas we want to tackle. One of the reasons we want to create a system for what we're going to tackle first is we know that we don't have the funding to do everything. So this gives us a priority order which to work through these things for each campus. And the end goal is to bring every campus up to roughly the same level. And then I also have George here who can talk more in detail about why we are recommending some of these items for each campus. So when we look at BUB, we can look at the green score and then some of the index scores. And then again at the opportunities for BUB. So I'm going to skip through each school because I know that you've seen this ahead of time, and then move on to what our questions were for the board today. So have all the areas been covered as requested? So for our sustainability plan, in those 6 areas, under each of those areas, did we hit all of the areas that were part of the resolution and that you wanted the district to focus on? Should any items be added or removed? And then for the greening index and the greening score, does the board wish to adjust the priorities at each school site that were created from the green metric and the green index?
So just to further illuminate this, Dr. Wester, if you can go back to, it doesn't matter which school, if you want to just pick a particular one. So if we look at Therakoff, you can sort of see based off of the green index, the index as well as the score, it sort of gives you an idea of the opportunities at that particular site. If you go to the next slide, what we're hoping for is for the board, knowing that we have a finite amount of resources, that you may choose the areas that you think are really the most important out of these and prioritize them at some point. So for instance, we do know that at Therakoff, unlike Stevenson, they have this inner area that's a sort of a natural habitat, which we could sort of probably for like a grounds crew or some minor things, make some ADA adjustments and really, sort of prioritize exploration and discovery. But that need may be smaller compared to what you would see at a Montaloma, which also has sort of this inner interior. And you may say, well, in this case at Therakov, we're really concerned about outdoor learning and exploration and discovery. But if we were to go over to Montaloma real quick, which again has an inner courtyard, you'll see that from a green space perspective, it has a lot more greenery on the campus. But if you look sort of from a mental well-being, you see it has actually 0 out of 10. And then in terms of shade or safety and experience, so if we can go down to the next slide. So you may, no, so sorry, you were one, yeah. So in this instance, you may say mental well-being at Montaloma is a serious focus, is an area that we want to focus because it's the one area where it's scored the least. There are no quiet or semi-private areas for emotional regulation. We may need to improve the visibility through play areas, right? Or we may need to focus on physical comfort, especially when it comes to outdoor lunch space, right? And so you don't have to choose all 6 of these. You can prioritize for each campus, each one that you feel like will bring it up to equal level based off of what you know about the campus, as well as what you know about the boundary zones. So at a place like Montaloma, where it really acts as the sole area, is physical comfort something that you want to address so that parents who are using the campus after hours have the opportunity to sort of sit in shade because it has very little shade except on the exterior part? And do you want to create mental well-being spaces for not just kids, but even after hours, that there are places where people can just sort of have a quiet place to sit? And so what we're hoping is that with each one of these sites, you may want to prioritize different areas. And then what we can do from there is we can just start determining what the funding needs are so that when we bring back the next tier of Measure G projects, we have money that's sort of allocated, but we can say, here's what we envision this looks like, and here's what we think the cost is based off of the 2 to 3 areas you may have prioritized as the most important areas.
So I have a question. Is there another touch point now that we have, the last time we met, we looked at kind of the metrics, the priorities, but did we have the scores in front of us then for the different sites for the checklist?
You talking about the green metric?
Yeah.
Yeah, those scores have been in the packet. I mean, those haven't changed dramatically over.
They're still the same as when we saw them like back in November, kind of.
Right. What was adjusted was the index.
I'm sorry. I may be confusing the two. I am looking at the Montaloma metric checklist. That's the same as kind of.
Right. It sort of still sits the same, but you have more data now. And what we can do, if the board says, and I think this may be where you're headed, if the board says we really want to prioritize mental well-being, then we can go back out to the site and do a touch point to talk about, so what does that really mean, and to finalize different ideas before we start bringing back schematic designs.
I think where I am sitting right now is this is beautifully synthesized and a ton of work. But we've kind of taken what everybody said and the board's looking at it. But in terms of picking for each school site, which one of those 6 things to prioritize, I actually want to know from the school site what they want to prioritize. Because while I know the Mistral Castro campus well, I can't say that I have the same familiarity with every single site. And so I'm worried about picking the priorities tonight without this current package getting a touch point of feedback from school sites and principals.
Maybe if it helps the board, so the priorities were based on student and community feedback. So that's how Carducci ranked where they thought we should start first. They held meetings with.
I totally hear that. I totally hear that. But we're being asked to look at the 6 different priorities and then pick some.
Yeah, I would say, sorry, that, you know, the list that you're seeing there, the priorities, those are largely generated from our conversations with the principals initially one-on-one, and then with the entire staffs in a follow-up meeting, and then with the community meetings and with students as well. But those lists are not generated, you know, just based on, you know, that is the source of those, and that is why they differ from school to school, what's on that list. I mean, we have standardized some of the language in those lists so that it wasn't, you know, sometimes the principals and the staff gave us specific input or specific requests, and it was 75 or 90% like something somebody at a different school said. So we have made the language the same so that it's, you know, not so confusing to go from one list to the other. But with 100%, these priorities are coming to us from the school communities and primarily from the people who are working there every day.
Okay.
So let me, I think I know where you may be headed. So I just want to make sure I got this. So we have 6 different areas that we don't know if we can fully fund. So there has to be some decisions, and there are some areas that we think need to be prioritized. And I think where you're headed, and because I keep seeing nods, is that you're comfortable if we were to go to Montaloma and talk with the teachers, the parents, the community, and the students and say, okay, out of these 6 areas, you have 100,000. I mean, we can't put a price to it, but here are the 6 areas that we really feel like, and the opportunities of growth. We really want you to prioritize these 6 for us. And if they come back with a recommendation within those 6 areas that, hey, this is what we're thinking, and I may be jumping ahead, but is the board fine if we have the community prioritize 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, sort of give their thoughts, feedback, and then bring that back to you for you to make a final decision?
Yes, but
Okay.
the only one of these that I would immediately put above all the others regardless is the student safety.
Okay.
But I don't know how my other trustees feel about any of this. Trustee Lambert.
I agree that this is not it's not our decision, right? It's up to the school site, staff there. And about priorities, I'm sort of I guess I'm a little curious about this. I realize there's limited amount of money, and I also am sort of hearing that you'd like to do with whatever money is available, do something at each site, rather than like we did with Vargas. We just doubled down on Vargas, right? Rather than double down in the next school. You like to do a little bit across the board. And I guess I would be hoping or thinking that with each school site, I don't want to call it a master plan, but let's say a master overall, a long-term vision of what, based on all this assessment, where you want to go to achieve all of these objectives, and that you so you'd have a plan on how you can stagger them and go through it. And I guess if you had that long-term vision, by doing one thing here, you wouldn't prevent something else from happening that you want to occur. So some overarching strategy that doesn't have to be set in stone, because I also feel this as like a bit of an exploration, right? I'm anxious to see what Vargas looks like and see how people interact with it, what they like, what they dislike. And so going slow and sort of learning as we go along would be a good thing as well. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think, so the secondary part would be, we can have the architects go through and sort of make designs and sort of how they envision it, take it out to the community, get their input. And then ultimately the board, like, it's still your prerogative. You can say at school X, like, just hear me out for 1 second. You could say at school X, we don't need to really do much because it's so cost prohibitive that I'd rather move the funds over. If we took Vargas, who we've already started, I'd rather move the funds to Vargas because there's no greenery over there, there's no shade, and it makes more sense at this school that we do something compared to at this school, which has all the other advantages. Not that we're not going to do anything, but its needs may not be as drastic, and that could be the board's final choice once we've gathered feedback and brought back sort of a vision for what it would look like.
Here's an interesting question that we're thinking about making changes, physical changes to campuses. But as our long-term facility strategy, right, we know we're going to have to grow in certain, more likely in some campuses rather than others. Yet we're making this investment in green infrastructure, call it that. And I think we should, I think it's premature, right, to answer the question, but I think you understand where I'm going, to think a little bit about this so that we, let's say at Mauna Loma, God forbid, that we, have to expand that campus, but we've already done, invested a lot in our green infrastructure there that around would be obsolete. So but I think that's not going to apply to all campuses, but it's going to apply to likely to a few campuses more than others.
I think having Gene Young and Dr. Westover and George Lowe and the team sort of work through that. So Gene is who helped design the massive facility plan and helped us with the design for urban school. So we can take into account schools that could possibly experience growth. I see Gene's jumping on right now. I think we can. Gene, do you feel like with working with Carducci that y'all can take both into account after you get feedback from the community?
Yeah, I have to take some time to unpack the discussion that's currently ongoing.
I guess maybe I have a question with our sustainability plan, with the policies that were set out, that if these are the policies that we wish to move forward, we start to move towards sustainability. Maybe I need to better understand your question, Bill.
You got it. Okay.
You want us to take growth into account with some of the sites so that we're not doing something that's so permanent that we end up wasting money. And so we spend $200,000 to build a playground only to take it back down because we knew that this was the only place that we had to do growth.
Planted a whole bunch of trees and 5 years later, boom.
Yeah. Yes, got it.
No, this is not good.
Yep.
We have gathered a lot of information and held a lot of meetings, and I think we have reached, we feel at Carducci, we have reached the point where it would really be beneficial to move into these schematic designs so that the conversations we're having with people, with you, with the staff, with the community, is reacting to an actual vision and not just sort of abstractly to language. Because a lot of these things, first of all, in terms of talking about priorities and what's on one list versus another, we as able designers are going to be coming up with solutions that address multiple priorities in the same sort of brushstroke. And so even if something is fourth on the mental well-being list and it's first on this list and second on this list, it may have the same solution. And that's the benefit of, working with experienced designers. So, hopefully we will be able to achieve more than, you would imagine based on the budget, because there are ways to solve multiple challenges or, address multiple things in the same sort of zone. And also, for a lot of these schools and the conversations we've been having with the community, people don't always know exactly what we're talking about. We say we're going to create this kind of space, or would this kind of thing be of value to you? And they say, abstractly again, yes, it would be. But it's not until they see where we're proposing that it would go, what it would look like, how big it would be, what the materials are, how comfortable or uncomfortable, how easy it is going to get the students there or not get the students there, that they can say, yes, definitively, I like that idea, or I like that idea, but it would work better over here, or we don't like that idea at all anymore. And it's the reaction to the physical plan and the places and all these things that is really going to advance the conversation. And so, we're at a point, I think, where it would benefit, assuming that the metric and the priorities align with what the board is comfortable with, and we sort of take that next step so we can advance the conversation towards something definitive. And then also to the comment, these are meant to be kind of broader master plans for the campus, with the idea that these aren't things that will be achieved necessarily in the first pass or with the funding that's currently available. I think that's something that's like iterated very early on in the document that we've been working on for the last 18 months. So hopefully this is a document, these are priorities, understanding what's in these documents would help you guide the schools through 20 years of improvements or whatever it takes to get there, and beyond even what we've envisioned, just having seen what people like, what's worked in places, what people have said are their priorities. So anyhow, that's just a plug for maybe jumping into the design and getting excited about the vision that we can all form together.
Thank you. I have high expectations now. You're going to solve all our problems with one design feature.
Yes, for $20 a piece.
Exactly. Trustee Blakely.
Thank you. First, just a question. I think I know the answer to, but are there any of these features that would make sense to design and install like system-wide? Or is it going to be kind of campus by campus?
Well, there are certain things I think that we're looking at that could be rolled out in multiple campuses. I mean, one thing that's fairly common across the schools is small breakout spaces, often immediately outside the classes. In some cases for younger students, maybe it's kind of like emotional regulation or just movement zone. In middle schools, it might be 5 or 6 students working outside together on a project in breakout groups. But being able to have comfortable classroom-like settings outdoors and immediately accessible from the classrooms it's probably on 8 of the 10 outstanding schools wish lists. And at schools like MI, Landals, and Bub that have very similar, almost identical layouts, of course, like it's even more, there's even more overlap in what that might actually look like and where that would be located. All those 3 schools also have asked for like quiet reading zones near the library where maybe the librarian would take a class out and read outside. So some of those things, I wouldn't say they're universal, but they're like, multiple applications of the same idea. In a lot of the schools, we see the zone immediately off the blacktop into the lawn area as a prime real estate for like discovery and planting and trees, to the extent that the solar panels are not conflicting with that. But and that there's a sort of buffer that we use to help sort of quiet some of the conflicts with the community and creating kind of clear definitions of the school ground versus the, the more publicly used spaces. and putting things in there that provide an alternative to the blacktop playground experience. That's something in some form that we would probably recommend for 5 of the 8 outstanding elementary schools. So obviously they have to be adjusted to the site conditions that exist at each. At one school, you have a baseball backstop backing right into it, that's pretty constraining, so obviously there's adjustments that need to be made, but there are sort of universal concepts that we see. Yes.
Are we taking comments now, or are we still in questions?
We've kind of been doing a little bit of both. Maybe we pause and we take public comment real quick.
Okay.
And then we can continue. It's, I think one of the challenges here is that the questions and comments, it's hard to tease them apart for this particular item.
I have a couple of comments once we get there, so thank you.
If you are a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or in person, approach the podium and submit a yellow speaker card. We have 2 online speakers, so we'll set a timer for 3 minutes. Ms. Liu, you may begin when you are ready.
Hello again. Thank you for doing this presentations. I just want to comment. I appreciate bringing up about the trees between the grass and the blacktop, because after the last board meeting, as I was volunteering in the classroom, I was just observing how it is, and like I say, those trees are great. And also maybe just like having sitting area around it, benches built around it as a way to protect the trees, and also a way for people to gather and sit around it. I'm not sure if this comment is related to this event, this topic, but one of the things I noticed at the solar panel discussions was a few of the big trees are going to be taken down. And I'm a tree lover, and I feel like anytime like big old trees are taken down, it breaks my heart, because just thinking about how long those things take to grow. So even though there's plan to, replace new trees in place of those trees taken down, there's like hundreds of years. And sometimes those trees take hundreds of years to grow. So like you cannot take back the time that lost. And so also that brought me back to the Vargas, when a lot of those redwood trees were taken down. I wish there was public feedback about, maybe have some sort of protection so that like nothing falls on like the cars, and then the trees can be protected. So just want to keep that in mind. Like, please don't take down trees, and grow more trees. Keep our earth green. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Wang. You may unmute yourself.
Okay, all right. I was like, how do I unmute here? So I just want to say I really love this project, and I actually wanted to be in the I think there were community outreach meetings that were sent out, and I really appreciate how that was done. Unfortunately, I was traveling, so I wasn't able to make those meetings, but I do want to note that now that we're adding TK classes in our campuses, I have a son currently in TK, and what I've noticed is in certain campuses, right, there's no fenced off playground for the little kids. A couple of our schools in our district have those. So I think if we could put into consideration how TK classrooms are going to look like and get access to like a fenced in area, especially since EMI has co-taught classrooms, that would be really helpful for those teachers. In addition, I would say in terms of designing the campus, I think other elementary schools around us. I think Los Altos has a lot of these outdoor learning amphitheater designs laid out in their elementary schools. And I know we can't use the same layout necessarily, but might be good. And I don't know, maybe you guys have done this already, but if we haven't, might be good to get some ideas just from the campuses that are around us. That's all. Thank you.
Move to extend the board meeting?
Yeah, is there a motion from trustees? I would suggest 11, but
Well, yeah, okay, hopefully that would be great if we can get it done. The closed session is not going to be too long.
yeah, I don't think the closed session is going to be long this evening.
Okay, second, that we go until 11.
All those in favor? Aye. Am I allowed to make the motion?
Well, I'll make the motion.
Okay, trustee Lambert on a motion
Move
made
to
by.
extend the meeting till 11 o'clock.
That was the motion. I second.
On a motion made by trustee Lambert and seconded by trustee Berman, the trustees have voted unanimously to extend the meeting to 11 o'clock. I will note that trustee Chang is not voting right now.
I have a question
Yep.
about this topic here. Oh,
So can I just maybe summarize this to make sure I'm capturing this? And I think this will also tie into somewhat of what George says. So what I'm hearing is we'll start the designing phase and try to find synergy between different types of topics, right? So if you have a sensory walk, like again, I'll pick on Therakov. If you have a sensory walk that could be embedded in the indoor sort of area that could also be ADA compliant and sort of create a quiet place for kids to sit, there may be synergy between a particular project. And so George and his team can go out and they can start working on the designs and in consultation with Gene, make sure that what we're doing will last over a period of time and that it's not something that's going to be impacted by growth. I mean, none of us can predict where growth will take us, but we can at least predict, something that's on the interior of buildings probably won't be as big of a target as something that may be in an area that's prime for expansion or redevelopment or something like that. And then once we have those designs, which sort of help to ground people in the ideas, we take that out and sort of get feedback and say, here are the 6 areas that we've identified, and here are the different projects we think that sort of touch. Which of these do you really feel like are the most important things to sort of take place if we had to phase this in over the next 10 years or next 20 years, like so that we could prioritize different types of projects? And then from there, we get their feedback and bring that back to the board and say, based off of like, here's how we envision the future of Therakov. Based off of that, these were the areas that were prioritized by the community, right? So all the stakeholders, the parents who use it after hours, the kids who use it during the day, the teachers, right? Here are all the things that we've sort of prioritized. Board, what are your thoughts about these particular projects? Is that?
Yeah.
So it grounds them in what we think the future will look like, but it also gives them, what is different than what we did before, which is we took a playground and we said, here's what the playground's going to look like. Your choice is you can get the log playground or you can get the pipe playground, but you can't get both. And this is what the playground's going to look like. And then we put the playground in a spot that sort of worked, that wasn't really ideal for the school. It's just, that's the spot that worked. And here's the playground you chose. And then afterwards, we realized, and this happened in Stevenson, as well as at Mistral, that the playground was way too small. It was only, right, the idea at the time was, well, one class would be there at any given time. So only 4 to 5 kids would probably use it. And no one ever thought like, well, at Mistral, there's 700 kids who can use that playground at any given point. And so now what we have is an undersized, even though we've added another playground, both of them are severely undersized and never took into account what the real needs are. And so this time what George and Jean will do is they will look at the needs of the campus and truly design it to fit for the campus. And while some of those could be ported over to different schools, it will truly be something that is meant to help enhance the environment at that particular school. And it's not a way in of, is this the playground you want? It's more a way in of what is the most important thing that needs to happen based off of all of these priorities that we're trying to address.
So yes, and if I had to pick, I'm sitting with this more while we've gone through this discussion. It's been really helpful to hear from everyone. If I had to pick things to prioritize within the 6 priority areas, it would be student safety, operations and sustainability, and physical comfort. And it's hard to say like mental well-being ranks less. Like I want all of these other things too. I want my cake and I want to eat it. But I think the operations and sustainability ties into our larger plan, which Dr. Westover might have been trying to kind of refer to earlier when we look at our overall sustainability projects. So we do want to prioritize those. Student safety and response to climate change is key for me. Like the heat is going to continue to be a problem. And so that's where the student safety and physical comfort tie together. But something that I don't see here, and I'm trying to understand is, when I look at Mistral, which I know best, so I can talk about it more comfortably, there's these beautiful trees that are around the play area, and one of them shades the play structure. When Castro was done being built and Mistral was done being renovated, a whole bunch of mulch was trucked over and put under the trees. And we know that trees really do need mulch to thrive, that it helps with their longevity, it helps with their health, helps them retain moisture even when it's hot. But it was mulch instead of tan bark. So if you touched it, you got splinters. And so kids were getting like handfuls of splinters. So not long afterward, all the mulch was scraped off and trucked away. This was like 5 or 6 years ago, and there's never been anything put back underneath the trees. There's no tan bark, there's nothing, it's just dirt. And when it rains, it's mud. And I don't see that kind of thing reflected here, but maybe it will be in the designs. The play structures too, unfortunately, I think they took water damage. So the turf underneath the structures is dipping and cracking. There's places where people have burned it because it's like an artificial turf and it's got these burned patches. Like if we show children how we value their learning with their physical space, like we're kind of missing some notes. So I guess I'm wondering where those things play into this as well.
Well, I'll add back to facilities and construction. We last board meeting we delayed a demographer's report. Basically, I can see that effort sort of helping to inform this effort in the sense that I saw that effort as, okay, this is the beginning of where growth is going to occur. We could start, and I was going to suggest, let's start putting plans down. Let's start putting numbers down. Okay, growth is going to happen here. How are we going to do that? If it's to expand a school, this is what it would look like in 40 years. And start getting some very rough plans and understanding what costs are to help sort of long-term, guide the district. And I think that feeds into this project too. They overlap because the environmental aspects are going to be long-term.
So I was going to make a comment earlier when we shifted to public comment, but exactly what President Conley said, right after the safety priority of those categories, I include both physical comfort and the operations sustainability. And the physical comfort thing, I think, is just huge. That's something we've been talking about for like 20 years. And like we say, kids can't learn when they're hungry. They can't learn when it's baking hot and there's nowhere to go. So I think that is, those two for me, like sort of rise above in the category. But I understand what Mr. Lowe said. It sounds like you're doing plans. And so it may be that a plan for a school would include all these things. And it's then, which are we going to tackle in the first round? And in general, I agree with what Trustee Lambert just said, that we should look at, places that are growing or where we're likely to be doing more development. We need to factor that in. But I think if there are areas that would be cheaper, like if we go out to one vendor and kind of, put them all in at the same time, I'm in favor of that. But I don't want to spend a lot of time doing like cute little exploration areas at the expense of leaving a bunch of our campuses baking hot. And if you look at that grid that has all of them together with, I don't know what page it's on the slides here, but all of the schools have an issue with, I guess, exploration and discovery. But to me, that one is a little bit less important. The 8 of them have the heat as a factor, and about half of them have the operations sustainability. So I really kind of wanted to start those places first. But just going back to how we started this topic off, I agree that it would be really great to, once we do this or get the plans together, that we go again and talk to the school communities and make sure that our ideas are in alignment with theirs.
Trustee Berman.
I actually don't think I have anything else to add. I agree. I think that physical comfort was where I went first, because I know when kids are outside playing and trying to have snacks, they need that shaded space. And after that, obviously, the student safety and experience, and operations and sustainabilities. And I think President Conley brought up a good point about taking into account sort of those areas that exist that might need a little bit of repair or fixing, that if that could exist somewhere. I think I remember our students at Crittenden during that in-person tour sort of sharing about a space they really like, but they can't use it at certain times of the year because there's too much water. Can't remember exactly what it was. So, and of course, obviously each school site's going to know its space best and where the issues are. So I think it seems like we're at the right point to just sort of move on and take it to that next step, and then get the feedback from each of the school sites, since they all know their space best.
Yeah, with regards to operations and sustainability, one thing that's on the list that's pretty much on every checklist, because it would be universally beneficial, is that there are programs, there's an organization or a training that's called Rescape, and it used to be called Bay Friendly for people who know about gardening, but it's like a philosophy and approach, not just philosophy, like practical applications with respect to different aspects of landscaping, one of which is maintenance. And one thing that we think would be a tremendous benefit is to have the people who are the facilities people who are working on your sites attend this training and learn about, like low pesticides, alternative methods to, dealing with weeds, how you prune, how you mulch, in a way that's beneficial to the long-term health of the plants and the environment at a more sustainable level. So that would be a huge asset to your district, to have a partner who's there on a daily, weekly, monthly basis whenever they come, who really understands what we're trying to do, which plants are supposed to be hedged zero and which should be let grow, to their natural forms, and so on. And that would be a great sort of parallel thing that would benefit all the schools, that would really get to what you're talking about, which is operations and sustainability.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, we'd be happy to sort of share, what those opportunities are.
That might be in partnership with the city on joint use agreements, since they handle some of that work.
Yeah.
All right, on that note, I think we're ready.
Yep, we know we gotta go. We'll touch base afterwards and do some next steps, but I got a clear idea of where we're headed next.
I think at some point, so we have had multiple meetings where there's so much in these documents, Dr. Westover. We should have our own sort of green summit or green celebration or something where, you know, we have a community open house and we have different tables where people can learn about what we're doing around HVAC and do you know what I'm saying? Like, I think we could really make like a big kind of event and celebration of this as we kick off maybe the next phase after designs have been reviewed or something. But I want to celebrate at some point. I want to take time to celebrate and communicate with our children, with our students, and with our families in the larger community about all of this great work, and to really celebrate the input of the committee and of staff and of our partners like Carducci.
Next year, we should participate in Earth Day.
Yeah, maybe it's an Earth Day event or something like that. All right, thank you so much. We will
Thank
move
you.
Thank you. We'll move on to our next item, which is item 8B, the Reimagining Castro update. This is scheduled for an hour.
Yep, I think Director Pullman and I, we've talked about how we can sort of shorten it. Some of it's just a summary of the other visits that have already been done that we provided an update on.
Okay.
I think we can jump to what we've learned from the last visit and then start talking about what we think the next steps are.
Okay, thank you.
Right, terrific. Good evening. This is exactly what planning on doing here. Get this launched. And because we do have obviously two trustee members who went on those school visits, that's going to be a critical aspect in terms of sharing things that you've learned in the context of your comments and questions. That will be very welcome. All righty. So I am going to skip through a lot of the slides that are just containing repeated information. I do want to go over kind of what we're going to look at tonight specifically, only because this is one of two parts. So tonight, we're going to provide an update on the meetings and the work to date that our roundtable group has done, and talk a little bit about that last site visit. But mainly, it's a time to explore year one of the action plan. Knowing that this is a multi-step, multi-year process, I just want to highlight that this is really going to be talking about the changes for next year and their applications, share insights, of course, from community feedback sessions, and then talk about the next board meeting that will contain all 3 years, years 1 through 3, with projected costs and necessary resources for those changes. All right, so I'm going to just kind of rush through. One thing I do want to highlight, again, is that today is going to be talking mainly about year one, because we're aligning some of the changes that we're recommending with changes that are going on district-wide. And then on May 30th, changes that require more adult learning that are going to be implemented in years 2 and 3 of this 3-year plan will be explored along with the budget and the costs. So you see that we're almost at the very end of our stages of building the plan. One thing I added was, of course, budgeting for the costs and expense, which will be included in the May 30th meeting. Again, we've used our change levers and priority areas, follow all the way through our external site visits, the creation of our look for spreadsheet. At Nystrom Elementary, which is the last external site visit that we did, we got to witness an amazing commitment to literacy that really helped to kind of solidify our understanding of how important it is to have a literacy-focused plan and even a literacy-focused schedule. What I did with all of those external site visits, which is one of the documents that you saw, was kind of a key takeaways document that was organized by our 3 areas of priority. So for learning acceleration, in general, what we saw and what we learned from our visits were teachers using common curriculum with fidelity. Some of the implications for that was that coaching focused specifically on instructional practices which allowed kind of for teachers to focus on instruction versus content creation. One of the things we saw in multiple visits, as well as the last room, was teachers sharing students across grade level to be able to increase the amount of groups that are available for differentiation. And of course, meeting students' basic needs is really, really important. So we saw several examples of where schools provided breakfast and snack and cultivated a sense of school identity and belonging to increase attendance. In terms of enriching culture, we saw before, after, during school programs that were meaningful, especially because they were student-driven. So that, of course, requires avenues for, interest surveys. We're going to have to talk, with students and families about what they want in their own community and context. Those strong community partnerships take time to create. They take people power to manage and sustain. We also saw that schools that become places to gather in a community, so a pillar of the community, can really better serve families. So having frequent reasons to gather is important. And those things require strong parent-school partnerships that are really founded on, consistent communication and feedback loops. That also takes time and space to develop. You'll see all of these kind of takeaways or implications really present in our action steps. And that final area of priority was SEL supports. So clear, high expectations with positive behavioral support is key to maintaining the healthy learning environment. And so that intervention requires a lot of adult learning and consistent reinforcement. So you'll see that again in more years 2 and 3. And then having more adults in the classroom and on campus can really increase support for students in all areas. And the structure of the school day, of course, needs to account for increased adult presence. So really all of the aspects of the school environment are interconnected. And you'll see that reflected also in the action plan. And finally, emotional regulation and social skills have to be explicitly taught and reinforced. And so that partnership between teacher and parent is essential and requires intentional systems and practices. I do want to highlight the fact that we've taken a lot of kind of our initial ideas for year 1, especially to the community and engaging with the community. The Castro Ed Roundtable, of course, has met on an ongoing basis, and that includes multiple stakeholder groups. We did attend a teacher staff meeting and collected feedback, and a Castro community parent and family feedback session, which was, the format was similar to a cafecito, and a lot of the activities that we did at the staff meeting were very similar to the Castro community meeting. So kind of without further ado, we want to start talking about the action plan, how it's organized, how it's built. We're not going to go through every single little minute change. We're just going to highlight 3 main changes. I'm going to call those, strategic actions. So the year 1 action plan includes some Castro specific and also district-wide things. So district-wide meaning we're all adopting district-wide a new ELA curriculum rooted in the science of reading, continued newcomer support, continued reading intervention support, all of which were really piloted last year. And of course, at all sites, we're going to have a site-based counselor. So those are already changes that we need to, think about that our Castro staff is going to be facing, which is why we really need to pace out any other additional changes. The 3 things that we're going to talk about tonight that are the largest are the school-wide RTI model, which is really involving the schedule and the school structure, breakfast for all in the classroom, and then centralized data management. So those things we're going to zoom on in specifically. Other things like extra PD days for teachers in August, recess lunch behavioral support, increased FTE for the SCEF position, and continued wellness center support are also things that are in our year 1 action plan, but won't be talked about in depth tonight, though we're happy to hear your feedback and answer questions about those things as well. So one of the things that I want to zoom in on right now is the school-wide RTI model. And the needs necessitating this change was that, it was reported and all of the evidence suggested that first teaching instructional blocks were really shortened and inconsistent due to issues created by a shared campus, specials and scheduling and reading intervention push-in. So again, not a lot of time, lots of demands on that time. Lack of targeted interventions based on data. So there were wide gaps, in where our students were in every classroom. So it was really difficult to differentiate effectively. And the current scheduling practices were really privileging scheduling around specials and not around instruction. So based on all of those needs and based on what we learned from the site visits, we saw school-wide master scheduling prioritizing longer instructional blocks, especially to emphasize quality first teaching Tier 1 instruction. We saw common intervention blocks, so teams can work together to share kids, and teachers working on the same lesson, the same pace, in a structured curriculum, which made it easier for them to combine classes when necessary. So, taking those two things together, our proposed strategic action is a new master schedule with 15-minute blocks, which is lengthening the instructional blocks and making them more consistent throughout the day, and then common breaks for first through fifth grade and cross grade level RTI. So the implications for that include reading intervention teaching teams ascending on grade level bands. So instead of having one or two additional reading intervention teachers at a time on campus for one grade level, they would really ascend on campus all at the same time for a grade level band in order to serve more students at once in cross grade level groups. So this also means that it would necessitate a separation of STEAM from RTI. So the whole class would attend STEAM, which is a little different than how it functions right now. And because of the separation from STEAM and RTI, there would be a classroom teacher that would then be able to push in and team teach with the other grade level teacher during math. So with one change is a domino of other changes. So it was really important to look at the implications for all of them. In terms of this implementation, we have it slated to occur in year one. In order to build capacity, we would have training for teachers around skill-based instruction, which is not necessarily teaching to a level per se, but teaching to a skill deficit that a student group may have in order to fill those gaps, and teaching with a new curriculum. In order to evaluate the success and how this is going, we would look at academic growth of students and not necessarily proficiency, yes, from the I-ready assessments, at least once per trimester. We do that anyway, but we would do it through the lens of looking at how is our school RTI model doing, and of course, staff and teacher and parent survey on implementation, so qualitative feedback. How is it going for you? How is the implementation working? That would happen at the end of trimester 2. All right, so the second kind of major change that I want to talk about is breakfast for all students. So the needs necessitating the change are, of course, a dramatic increase in students who qualify for McKinney-Vento, necessitating a reevaluation of how basic needs are being met at the school site. We saw a lot of effective practices in terms of access to food, consistent access to food almost all throughout the day, a school-wide breakfast during the school day. So with those things in mind, we want to provide breakfast for all students during the school day at Castro, in addition to snack time and recess time and lunch. The implications for that include obviously a specific time set aside in the schedule for doing this, which has already been accounted for with the RTI model, in a schedule that the teachers and families gave feedback on, new routines needing to be internalized by students and staff after training and practice, and then of course, an increase in janitorial support and waste management. In terms of implementation, we have it slated to occur year one. To build capacity over summer of 24 will include training for janitorial support, more trash cans, practicing delivery and pickup of meals, and developing a new waste management process for students and staff. In terms of evaluating it, again, we want staff and teacher and parent input on the implementation of this at the end of trimester 1, 2, and 3 in year one, just to make sure we get all of those processes shored up so that we're good to go for year 2, and we need to do less evaluation of the system itself. And finally, the last change is really centralized data grouping for RTI. Before, kind of each teacher had their own student group of data that they would look at, and they would form groups based on that data about students that needed to be in various groups. When you do have teachers sharing students across grade levels, that of course becomes more complicated. Not to mention teachers are going to have to do a little bit more training and work on teaching to skills as opposed to levels. So with those things in mind, we really did want to centralize the data grouping for RTI so that we could take some off of the plates of teachers, but also so we could make sure that the people who are forming these groups have a very specific idea of where these students need to move. This is also a best practice that we saw at a lot of the other sites. So the needs that were apparent were that the data management of student groups required constant vigilance. And it was really heavy lifting. Cross grade level RTI groupings are going to require additional logistics management, and RTI groupings really do benefit from interdepartmental collaboration. The visits, like I said, uncovered these similar methods where they centralize data management with one small teacher team, or in some cases with the principal and the instructional coach. So our proposed action based on all of those things is to have a site-based data team that will form and include principal, instructional coach, reading intervention specialist, ELD TOSA, and newcomer teacher. The implications include obviously a modified kind of universal data protocol for Castro teachers. So what happens with Castro teachers in terms of forming groups will change just a little bit, hopefully with actually kind of some heavy lifting taken off of classroom teachers' plates, with an emphasis on action planning and reflection for classroom teachers as opposed to that constant data evaluation and grouping piece. Hopefully new and improved communication channels between teachers and the data team, because it's now being centralized, will have to be developed, honed, and refined over time. So for implementation, we are suggesting it for year 1. And in order to build capacity for that, obviously we're going to need to train members of the data team, along with developing feedback loops for communication between data team and teachers, what that's going to look like. With this improved system, we hope to see academic growth of students increase over time, based on the iReady assessments that they take once per trimester, which we're already looking at. And again, we want to know from staff and teachers and parents how either the communication structures are working, right? What their students are experiencing in the class in terms of cross-grade level RTI, and evaluate that at the end of trimester 2. So I know that was kind of truncated, but this is not going to be the last time we talk about this, right? All of this will be brought back as a part of kind of the complete action plan. The action plan framework years 2 and 3 will be explored on May 30th. That will additionally include not only strategic actions for years 2 and 3 and the rationales for those, but also the how and what, and the implementation structures that I went over here for changes 2 through 3. So it'll be quite a bit longer. Additionally, something that we didn't talk about tonight was cost. And so that's one of the things we will talk about on May 30th is the additional cost projections for years 1 through 3. So again, I know I've already said this. This is what's coming in that 5:30 meeting and the next board update, along with the success criteria and evaluation. And so what I'd really love to hear from the board this evening is just kind of your initial evaluation of the way that we've processed this information and come up with the action plan, and any glaring omissions, things that we missed, things that you really wanted to see that you don't anticipate coming back possibly the next time we talk on May 30th. So thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Director Pullman. Are there questions from trustees? I have a couple of questions. So as a teacher, I've been in settings where we had a scripted curriculum where everybody in the building was expected to be on the same page at this, the same lesson, the same page at the same time. And I can't speak for every teacher, but I was teaching because I also love the art of teaching. And being able to travel with the interests of my students and then incorporate that into lessons that also built those literacy skills or math skills. I loved teaching at Stevenson, for example. I learned so much there. And that is, a lot of teachers there are responding to, hey, my kindergarten class is interested in ladybugs. So I'm going to structure the next, 3 weeks around ladybugs. And we're going to do ladybug math. We're going to do ladybug reading. We're going to be, all of these different things. While another class was maybe focused on starfish, right? And so I'm curious about what the teacher response to that level of kind of lockstep lesson planning and lesson delivery is. And will there be room within that for teachers to go above and beyond if they want to?
Absolutely. And Dr. Rudolph, please interject as soon as you want. But one of the, I have to say, and let me start in terms of like how the teachers reacted to this particular schedule change. It was overwhelming support. Because more than anything, teachers at Castro want their kids to be able to read. And they recognize the fact that COVID has created these learning gaps, especially for students at Castro. And so the priority has to be and should be foundational literacy, at least for the next 3 years, in terms of giving them the skills to be able to do that. And in that sense, there's some give and take in terms of, a scripted curriculum versus getting to explore other things. But what we're talking about in terms of the scripted curriculum is really particularly for ELA. And that's because one, the district adopted through committee, a really robust ELA curriculum that's founded in the science of reading that could potentially be undermined, right, if people decided not to use it. So we do obviously want to encourage.
We haven't made a curriculum adoption yet.
Oh, sorry.
Yep. We're not going to jump the shark on that one.
I was going to say, at least I didn't say what it was. I don't know, truthfully. So
the goal here is to set the floor, right? And so what you're talking about, I think, is how high is the ceiling?
Yes.
And I think, even when I was teaching, there was always, as long as the newest standards had to be covered and what the main things that I had to touch, how I interpreted that, now I also taught high school, so I need to point out, like, I didn't have to understand how to teach the foundational reading skills. Most of my kids showed up with at least a rudimentary reading skill that I could work with. So it's a little bit different when they're older, but what we're hoping with the adoption of the curriculum, and then also tying into what they already do to support kids with reading, with, I believe, Aspire, which is also based in OG, which a lot of us have talked about. Those two things allow us to set what we believe is the new floor of which will have, pretty high expectations. And I think that's one of the things all the teachers and the administrators that have been on the tour have seen. However, if you want to continue to go beyond that floor, I think there's a lot of space for that to happen. What we don't want to have happen is that a teacher, we have the sciences reading, which is where, sort of what the recommendation looks like. And then some teacher says, well, but Benchmark had this really good lesson that I really loved. And I know it's based off of, Lucy Calkins' work. And so I just want to grab that real quick and teach that because it's one of my favorite lessons. And then what we're saying is like, no, that's not where we're headed. We're not reverting back there. We want that floor to remain constant so that we know every kid is getting as close to the same experience as always, even though as individual teachers, we're going to interpret and look at our data and respond a little bit differently based off of their needs.
Okay. I mean, I think we just need to keep that in mind. And then the other thing that I don't see in any of these recommendations, and I've worked in traditional district school, I've worked in an alternative district school, I've worked in a charter school. I don't see anything here about school culture and expectations of students. And it doesn't mean that that's not part of the conversation, but like, that is how you achieve these things. Like, we can talk about all these nuts and bolts, and I'm glad we are. And I think there's some great steps here. But at the end of the day, you have to have a school leader who firmly believes that all their children at Castro are capable of achieving what all of our children at Stevenson are achieving and should have access to the same opportunities and experiences. And we need all of our teachers to believe it. And we need our community to be excited about learning every day and celebrate being there. And, I would love to see that captured in what we are proposing and not just assumed, because it is the driver of executing these things. Sorry, I got a little passionate there.
As you commented on that, that's exactly what the community input said.
Yeah.
That's what they asked for.
I feel like you're going to add something right now, Ms. Pullman. I mean, I'm just saying that.
No, I was actually gonna let you guys go because I think this is the perfect time for you to be able to contextualize a little bit about what you saw in the site visits, because I think it's all getting to the same place.
Well, I think if I go to sort of the last visit we did at Nystrom, that the culture was definitely foundational. That was like their year zero, right? And they focused on having clear expectations and a clear vision and clear values around what their expectations were for learning in their community. And that really was a huge reset. And we saw that sort of power duo, right, with principal and coach that were both as really strong academic leaders, ready to jump in any classroom at any moment. And that was very common across all the schools that we've seen, right? So I was also thinking that in this presentation that didn't really come through, although it has been a huge focus in all of our conversations about how that is very apparent every time we've gone to a school visit, is how there was this, the idea of the warm demander in every classroom where every teacher had high expectations for students. And I think it was critical for trust, right? Because you have teachers that are sharing their students to other classrooms, and there had to be trust that I know what lesson you're teaching. And if I'm out, my kids are still going to get that lesson because they're going to go to you. So there are no misdays. So that was a whole concept of no misdays. So if staff was missing, students still receive their lesson for the day. And I trust that this teacher also has a strong culture of high expectations in their classroom. So when I send my child to you, my student to you, they will be successful, or expectations will be high.
Well, and if I can chime in, I think at Nystrom also, we saw it was, this was like year 2 or 3 of the implementation of this approach. And they continually refined it. But I know they just said at the beginning, they were working on their mission statement and their vision and getting all the teachers to buy in. Optional, that they didn't need to participate if they didn't feel like it, but they still expected the same results for all their kids. And they didn't say it quite in so many words, but it sounded like maybe 1 or 2 teachers that were a little bit outliers when they realized that they would have to customize the teaching for like 7 or 8 different levels, when they could share students and really focus in on 1 or 2 that they were teaching. Everybody got on board and they were so passionate. They even came in during their lunch hour to talk to us, and it was totally optional. They were just really, really invested. And I think that goes to what, both Trustee Berman and Conley were just saying about high expectations and the culture being so fundamental.
Absolutely. And there's this obviously is not exhaustive part of the plan. Other things that are happening behind the scenes are assets of things that are already happening at Castro that are really fabulous. So we're looking at everything that's currently happening, some things that are currently happening that can be tweaked a little bit. And then largely what you're seeing here today in this particular plan are things that are new. But I definitely hear that. And so I look forward to the next plan that we talk about May 30th, doing a little bit better job of making it explicit, some of those things that are already there that we're going to tweak, that are getting it exactly, I think, what you're talking about.
Thank you. Otherwise, I'm going to take you all to a rocket ship launch one morning and make you do the dance and everything with the kids. Let's take public comment. If you're a member of the public and you'd like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or approach the podium and submit a speaker card. Seeing as there's no public comment at this time, are there any further comments from trustees? All right, we look forward to this coming back. Thank you for all of the work, and to our 2 trustees who have been traveling so much with, and the members of the team. Thank you for all of this. We will now move on. To item 9. This is the opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. You can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or you can approach the podium and submit a speaker card. We have 2 items on the closed session agenda this evening. We appear to have 2 online comments, so each speaker will have 3 minutes. We have 3 online comments. I'm going to allocate the time. Each speaker will have 3 minutes, and we will start. We'll get a timer up. Oh, we have a 4th speaker. Okay, hold on. I'm going to wait a few more seconds and see if any other hands pop up, and then I'll allocate the time. All right, we have 5 speakers, so we will allocate 2 minutes per speaker. I'm going to take a screenshot now of our 5 speakers so we know who is going. We will start, we got a timer up for 2 minutes. And Miss Actor, you may unmute yourself when you're ready to speak. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hey, thanks for acknowledging me. I just want to share a little bit and touch for a moment on communication. And this is regard to performance. The buck stops with communication with Dr. Rudolph. And tonight we heard from staff that fear retribution, and we heard from parents who feel shut off and ignored. It didn't have to be this way, right? The schedule change didn't have to be such a disaster. It was a really sad situation, and it really started at the top. If the communication had been rolled out in a thoughtful, measured way, we could have headed off the disaster. If there had been true consideration for the parent community, we could have headed off the disaster. If the parents hadn't been muted, if the parents had been allowed to simply raise their hands. You can't get community buy-in by ignoring the voices of the community. And if your engagement with the community is a town hall, prepare to stay late and answer the hard questions. Don't leave over 200 people hanging online to go get a COVID test. Don't leave 100 parents online with scheduling questions to grab dinner. Plan better. If there's ever time for training and a performance improvement plan, this is it. Let's move communication to a level playing field. Let's start engaging in real conversation. We listen for hours, and when it's our turn to talk, we're shut down because the superintendent has to go. Please have him learn to talk less and listen more. I also want to speak to the communication level at the district, because it's a culture problem. Parents feel like the district's a black hole. Parents write and nobody responds. I know a parent that has been trying for 10 months to get a response regarding a mandatory reporting policy on bullying. This shouldn't be so hard. It shouldn't be this way. And we have a communications culture that needs to change, and it needs to start at the top. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Miss Wang. You may unmute yourself when you are ready.
I think on a similar note, I think, we really need to improve in terms of communication as a district. I've heard a lot of parents say that, the town hall was the impetus for them to start speaking up. And that's just really unfortunate, I love the community that we have here, and I know we have fellow parents on the board as well as the superintendent, Dr. Rudolph. And it's just super important to engage every single parent. I think every single voice counts. And, it's great when everybody agrees, but then the hard part is when we have dissenting voices and people don't agree. So how do we bring those people in? How do we engage them? And how do we hear those diverse dissenting voices? So that's all I have.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Reshma Bhupal. You may unmute yourself when you are ready.
Hi, I have similar things. The town hall, when I came to the town hall meeting, I came with an open mind because I really love the Mountain View. My daughter's been here since kindergarten, and we love the community. But it was, I know we spoke in the previous meeting of how how parents sounded very. I think Dr. Rudolph also did sound very authoritative and very dismissive, which is what kind of started me getting upset with the whole thing, because end of the day, kids are what is important. The school, the teachers, they're the ones who are spending the maximum amount of time with our kids other than us. So we all want to do what's best. There's nothing personal. There's nothing that is upsetting. There's been a whole lot of issues that my daughter's gone through, but empathy starts at home. That's one of the things we talk about. So when we participate in this kind of meetings, it's not to question or to belittle somebody's. I don't think any of the conversations were belittling the teachers' research and everything. All we're telling is we want a mutually open dialogue. We want to be involved too, because we're not saying that. We're saying that don't dismiss us when we come to you, because as the previous people suggested, we want like an open communication. We also want the good for the school. We also want the good for the community. We are not against. And like the way they said that people were like intimidated, I felt intimidated to talk because I was against the schedule. I didn't feel safe either. People were saying that people from this side were trying to divide it. I felt very intimidated too, because each time I tried to have a dialogue with somebody, people kept coming back to me, and it was really harsh on both the sides. Yes, we need to take back and be this one, but I think it also started from the town hall where the whole tone started out wrong. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Gurunathan. You may unmute yourself when you're ready.
Thank you, President Conley. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for hearing my comment. While I'm relieved that we have managed to avert this disastrous change to the schedule, I feel there's something seriously wrong if it takes parents this much effort just to have our voices heard by the district and the superintendent. I don't know if you understand the hundreds of hours that parents have put in trying just simply to have their voices be heard on this, and the hundreds of emails and the late nights, the anxiety, the stress, the tears. There has been a lot of mental health impact to our community, not just the parents, but our kids as well. There's so many kids who have anxiety about the potential of this schedule change. And you need to understand why we are so upset as parents. These are our children whose lives are affected by your decisions, and our children are our whole world, and we know them best. When it comes to decisions that impact our kids and we get told that we have no voice and we have no choice, there will be a reaction. We will be upset, and we will try to do what is best for them. So it didn't have to go this way, as Nancy said. I don't think this should end with an apology and a reversal of course and water under the bridge. I do think the amount of stress and impact to the community is inexcusable. I think the dishonesty, the lack of integrity is inexcusable. You as board members and trustees, my understanding is you're supposed to represent our interests. And when I hear you speak, it sounds almost always as if you're defending the district and the superintendent. I ask you to take our allegations seriously about dishonesty and falsification of data, and please look into it, because if this is true, the superintendent and the district need to be held accountable. I ask for you to do that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dr. Nassar.
Thank you for this opportunity and all the hard work that you do, staying late, all this hour. I cannot imagine how hard your work is, trustees. So I've been a parent in district for last 8 years. And since very beginning, first time I saw Dr. Rudolph, he was actually at a PTA meeting asking for $3,000 for Measure B campaign. And Principal Cindy okayed it from the teacher's gift fund. So this was my, first impression of Dr. Rudolph. And even now, he is just trying to take away from teachers. That day, I decided that I'm not going to be in PTA and I'm going to be in the classroom volunteering, directly helping my teachers and disadvantaged students. And that's where my time should be best spent. And that's what I did until very, very unfortunately, when my little one was being beaten up brutally by 5 different kids. And Principal Cindy told me that this is his personal opinion if he feels unsafe at the school. I had to reach out to Dr. Rudolph, unfortunately for that, 5-6 years into my school, journey. And he did not respond to me. I begged him. I added all the trustees in the email. I begged him for a meeting to see how can my son can go to school tomorrow. He is being beaten every day. And he said that he did not say anything. He did not respond to me for 3 months. I sat there asking Nancy, the secretary, for a meeting. She never came out to meet me. She did not respond to my emails. She did not respond to my voicemails. And Dr. Rudolph just stonewalled me until I posted on Facebook. And that's where he responds to. This is not the way that we should go to Facebook to get response from the district. He should be a leader, and he should not be a Supreme Court as he refers himself to. He needs to be accountable for what he does. We need to have our voice heard, even when we are alone, as I was. At this time, community is divided. At that time, I was outcasted because I had to take my son out. And this is how he deals with us. Please fix him, put him on some kind of pip. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, at 10:37 p.m., we are adjourned to closed session. At 10:56 p.m., we are reconvening open session. There was no action taken during closed session. We'll move on to item 12, board update. Oh, we already did that. We moved board updates earlier this evening. My apologies. We'll move on to item 13, future board meeting dates. Our next meeting will be on May 16th, then May 30th, and then June 13th. On that note, at 10:57 p.m., this meeting of the Mountain View School Board is adjourned.